One sec. Sorry about that. My espresso machine just exploded all over my counter. Good morning, everyone. There we go. Dang. Dang. Jesus. Big Short. What machine do you have? I have a Quick Mill Andrea, but it's like an old piece of shit that I got on Craigslist. Does price go down same like DD removal? No. Craigslist? Holy shit. BP ripped. Where'd it go? GameStop also doing things. Oh, look. High gamma ramp. Hmm. Spy ripped all night, too. Just aiming for 460 again. Hmm. Well, we just broke 120, so we'll see. How likely are we to gamma squeeze from a 1 to a 10? Potential's there. I don't know. Good morning, Gurk. Please look into your crystal ball and give us your best guess for what may happen today. Big thanks to you and your team. So there's some hedging that needs to be done from yesterday. There's a moderate amount of FTDs due today. I'm not quite sure how much. Trying to think of what else. We have the market coming up, so that's working in our favor. It's possible that if we get some momentum going and this volume continues, that, you know, we could test as high as like 148 around there. Is Gert gonna get assigned on a CC before Moonwind? No, I pulled that shit back. It's gone. Look. More. DDS absolutely ripping. I think Munger bought some more Baba last night, if anyone's curious about that. Is there a downside to buying $1 strikes for 123 for around 99? About the same cost as owning 100 shares, but not sure if there's an upside. Hmm. I guess the upside would be exercising them. Sometimes, Super Menace, you can get those for cheaper than the actual like market price. So you should look for like arbitrage opportunities in there. See if you can get it like closer to the ask, if or closer to the bid. If you can, you can actually end up buying your shares or exercising your shares for cheaper than the current market value. And yeah, an exercise can't be satisfied with bona fide market making, so it does present some advantage. Even if DDS rips, I doubt we'll collect on our Feb 18 calls. I think it'll be impossible to sell. I mean, if they go in the money, it won't be. How best to unwind an in the money March 18 call option? It's up to you, man. You can hold it, you can sell it. Are you still waiting for Friday to buy back in? For my out of the money calls, yeah. Thanks, this is Vic. Tesla dead. Cool. Tesla actually looks pretty good. It's breaking through this upper resistance. It's got some room to run, especially if the SPY continues up. $150s. Are you talking about on WeBull? It's irrelevant, Dan Almighty. It doesn't mean anything. They're just updating shit on their back end. I think we get a haul today. It's possible. How much does momentum factor into the price action of an option versus just the underlying stock price? Something like Disney, where it will slowly creep up across the day. I mean, something like Disney will probably have low IV or implied volatility. Whereas something like GameStop has very high implied volatility. Because it doesn't do slow creeps up through the day. Are you gonna roll your March out of the money calls today? I rolled them yesterday. Well, I sold them yesterday. I'm buying them back in on Friday. Thanks, Dominic Joseph. According to Webull, this run is due to immutable X profits. Cool. Yeah, nothing like gaining 2 billion market cap for $145 million in crypto. Totally makes fucking sense. Could this be the start of early Opex covering? It's a bit too soon. We have options expirations in between now and then. Did you sell your TQQQ calls? No, I'm still holding them. It's doing big ups too, huh? Pretty sweet. It's gonna go. I think like 65 is a decent target. Got to read your whiskey on Friends with Benefits think tank. Good stuff. It's written by Jay Fresh, but I'll let him know. Thank you. Any chance to drop to 110, making a bunch to bounce? Bounce? It's possible. What's our max pain is today? I should move this up. If we have an update on Delta Neutral, still down at like 96. Let me see if there we go. What's he saying? Reversal at 113. All right. Where I should target here with this. Ooh, spy calls are Well, let me check on this. Okay, so the SPY's just straight ripping. Doesn't want to stop. Try 2 more of these. Jamie bouncing on VWAP. Sent you a question on Discord. Would you mind answering it? What do you think about following your team DD regarding volume being almost exclusively hedging calls and puts? Is it possible that the real pressure of retail has been internalized all this time thanks to their infinite money, and that the spike yesterday was actual real retail buying pressure on top of the hedging, driving the price upwards? So they do internalize to some extent every day, and we know this, and payment for order flow and through dark pools. But that volume still prints. It's just very minute. You have to understand that, you know, most of retail from a liquidity standpoint was pretty tapped out after June. A lot of people bought on the June run up thinking it was MOASS, you know, at very, very high price points, and didn't really have an opportunity to average down greatly until now. We're starting to see some deviation now because they're using actual borrowed shares again, with the short utilization way up. And we're also seeing more retail buying as well, right? And so that's going to mean that a little more of our volume is not solely from the options chain. Also, the DD points out that even though many days 100% of our volume is from options trading, it's not always 100%. If utilization is at 100%, how are there shares to borrow? So they return them throughout the day, constantly. It's a constant flow of borrowing and covering shorts from that morning. And that's the reason some days, you know, most days we don't see the borrow rate rise. It's like they may use every available share to borrow all day. As long as they're returned by the following night, then there's no increase in the overnight borrow rate. It's when they start holding these short positions. And so instead of this, you know, intraday shorting, we see them building a long short position. Because carrying those shorts overnight means that the borrow rate is going to go up. Oh, you guys can't see anything I'm writing. I got it. There we go. Listen to your advice. I'm now trading options On paper trade via Thinkorswim. So far so good, but legit have no idea what I'm doing. I mean, try to look up any terminology you can find. You can check out our options video on School of Stock, which is our other channel. That's got some pretty good information, at least on the basics surrounding options. Just as like a starting point, and then, you know, move forward from there, learn about calls, learn about puts, learn about, you know, being long versus short on those. And, you know, over time, you'll pick it up. If you had BP June 34 Cs, what market conditions influence your decision to hold or sell? I don't know. I have them. I expect prices of oil to probably rise in through the summer, but futures on oil contracts are in backwardation. So, you know, those near-term profits are probably going to slip as we move later into the year. I would probably be looking as late as Q2 for growth, end of Q2, or nearing the end of Q2. I mean, just keep an eye on it. It's a fairly slow moving position. I was just playing earnings. But I'm sure you can. I'm sure it'll continue up given enough time. I just didn't pay for that time. Jimmy spread over $1. It's at 42 cents, 60 cents. It moves about. Missed a Ko-Fi. Sorry. Pickle fan, what expiry date strikes are you looking to buy back in for on Friday? I'm probably going to shift them, just so I don't get, well, I only sold my 250s at a loss, so I'll probably move my 250s down to 240. And then I'm just going to buy back my 200s and 220s. I feel like a lot of people are asking me about what I'm doing with my options in regard to selling them and then buying them back later this week. This scenario likely doesn't affect your options position. I can't imagine more than like 1% of the people in here are directly affected by paying for large amounts of theta. Good plug. I did it. And the options chart is showing 100% movement from options. No, you're... Well, there's aftermarket and pre-market as well. I think is what you're referring to. Let me take a look. Are you talking about like in May? Or these like spikes? Yeah, that's, you know, when we have like overnight runs and stuff like that. Like if you look there on like Jan 6th, that's when we're seeing additional volume traded throughout the day outside of the like standard trading hours, I think. I'd confirm that with JFresh, but I'm pretty sure that's what you're seeing. Tell people to go to Option Strat and look at the value of their current contracts and then check the profit potential from a possible rolled contract. It helped me make my decision. That's good advice, Fluffiosa. Yeah, guys, if you have options, you should be making use of an options calculator. It'll help you plan and execute your position in more equitably. Check out shift search. It's not a lot. There's not gonna be a lot of information. I'm sure a lot of calls were purchased. Yeah, 5.4 million. I think cat is breaking to the upside. Yeah, it looks like it's starting to. Usually it usually has a really big problem with this band here between so these two, 200 to 203 and 203 to 205. It's very choppy in this range. It's kind of annoying because I usually buy, down in the 190s and I'm aiming for like 210. And so it can get caught in this range for quite some time. I wouldn't be too concerned about it right now. Hopefully you gave yourself, if you're in cat, you gave yourself lots of time because this stock can do nothing for a while. It looks good, but it's really, really just trading in a $2 range. So my current daily gain on March 18 calls because of IV, we're back down to where we opened, correct? Yes. Uh, we're 60 cents up. Of course. Open and close with green over the 9 moving average. Where? I don't know what you're referring to, Boats and Hose. And I know what closing over the 9 moving average means, but I'm not sure what aspect you're talking about. What's the price action looking like for today on GME? It's got a lot of potential, but we'll see where it goes. Big call volume coming in. Hmm. Thanks, Girk's Hot Pocket. So DRSing actually helping short hedge funds to manipulate the price even harder because no price actions on buys? No. People buy through DRS. Oh, sorry. I'm just watching this because I have calls and I'm not liking the way the SPY is looking right now. So I'm trying to see if it regains 456, which is right there. If it doesn't, I kind of want to bail on these. Oh, it looks like it's pushing for it. It's going to look the same as GMA, so. Ooh, that's very bullish. Nice. Does purchasing shares also for hedging occur at a specific time, or can it be distributed throughout the day? It's usually done in after hours and printed in during the exchange, but it's done all day long. Big like closing price has an effect on the hedge moving into the next day, and so you can see some of that play out like first thing in the morning or in the after hours session. I didn't see the 4.2 million FTD you were talking about last night in Freshest DD. Is it something you're still looking at? I mean, it's something we're waiting on to occur at this point, I think. But yeah, his DD wasn't really about that, and so I'd imagine that's why it was not included. Big spike to control fundamental derivatives of the underlying. %100% utilization have any effect? I mean, yeah, if that's accurate. I don't know if Ortex's data. I mean, 100% of the lending pool that they have visibility over is being used. It's not 100% of the lending pool being used. This is one of the problems with Ortex is they're not always super fucking clear about their data aggregation. What the fuck was that? All right. Jamie is going to be failing a little bit too. I'll just open them both up because I'm going to be watching it, I guess, for a minute. TRS seem like FUD. It's not FUD. It's just what it is. Where do you get your real-time options data? I don't have real-time options data currently. I'm trying to get some. The problem with that being that displaying most, like, I can just pay for one, but displaying a paid service on a stream is a violation of most data providers' TOS. So I have to have like an exemption. Right now, though, I tell people to look at Shift Search. It's got a 15-minute delay, but it's very accurate. Why do you post Dr. Gingerball's DD on his behalf? Because not everybody wants to be viciously attacked by zealots when they post a DD. And I'm willing to take the brunt of that in order to make sure that the information gets out there. That's the same reason I post Yelya's DD every day, and she no longer posts it herself. Except like normal, sane people, we don't make shit up and then... Well, I'm not going to get into it. That's why. Because people providing knowledge to the subreddit should be allowed to do so without fear of retaliation or bullying. Spy's gonna make me fucking rich today. Oh, what's BP doing? Why is it going down? Stop that. No. Go back up. Fuck you. I'm bailing. App doing... Oh. That's interesting. So just hold these spy calls then. Spy's definitely going to 460. Huh. That's a big fucking gap up. Jimmy coming back up, retesting 120. Knowledge, get out of here with that. I saw a good comment last night that someone left, and it was like, so you're too smooth to play options, but you're smart enough to tell me to DRS my shares. Both times you've worn that color, you've broken out in a dance. Blue shirts for MOASS. I have an unusual number of shirts that are this color, like three. I think I have 3 shirts that are this color. I don't agree that an algorithm is controlling our runs. I really like Friends with Financial Benefits think tank. Very nice. It's not mine initiative at all. But I posted the DD last night over there. I'm part of that Discord, so if we cross 120 today, we go boom boom. Maybe. I mean, we already crossed 120 today. We didn't go boom boom, but it's looking okay. Every time you wear that hat, we either go up or down. It's true. One day I wore it. We just went flat. 24 hours of same. JFresh and Dr. Ginger Balls are the same. Gaff started it? Oh, okay. I wasn't sure if it was Gaff or Turd. A note to JFresh: no need to stick your dick in the hornet's nest. Just visit the dens behind the dumpsters at Wendy's next time. If it's sting you are into, just wait a couple of days and it will appear. It will be strongest when urinating. Thanks for the DD. Thanks, Danrod. You think Ortex 100% utilization is glitched? Not necessarily. Yeah, there's like got a little bit of a inverted Like an upside down, slightly broken Dorito. It's an ascending triangle. I would say that we have enough volume to consider it sustainable. The market's doing the same shit. I mean, it's just fucking, we're just moving with the market right now. I don't think we have a significant number of FTDs today, but we do have some delta, like positive delta pressure and some hedging. So we can still see some more moves. I don't wear this hat outside anymore. Verifid? I have no idea, man. Go play with it, see if it works. Do you think RC wants to increase his position? He's already got 9 million fucking shares. How long dated do in the money calls have to be to still create a lot of delta? 5 months, 10 months, longer? I mean, even weekly calls create delta, but they also create a massive amount of risk. The further out a contract is, the more stable its delta is. But I mean, even weeklies have delta, right? That's the SPY. Sorry. Like if you look at weeklies, like a little less, right? But they still have it. You know, at the money is, you know, 0.5. That's what it should be. The point of buying, or the efficacy of buying far dated calls, is that they remain in place. The pressure is constant versus constantly being shuffled by buying weeklies. Don't get me wrong, if weeklies are bought at the correct time, they do present a very high potential for payout, but they are very risky. Went up before January 6th when XFT was used, because XFT, when XFT is used to short, it's not a short sale transaction. It's a sale. It's a borrow and a sale. XRT, not XFT. XRT. Confusing. Head and shoulders? I don't like this. Just gonna recover. Oh, there's a massive downside gap. Don't like. Extraordinary measures when short hedge funds get under pressure. The rug pull of your excellent DD is one for sure. Why buy put for Riley Reid for MOASS? Why such prude no like booty? Okay, shids and fards. Enough out of you. Do you have any further update on what they did with FTDs on the 3rd? I mean, it could have been that the majority of FTDs due the 3rd were from XRT, and those are deferred, right? Due to reg show. I'm pretty convinced at this point that the inclusion of XRT in reg show is intentional. ETF FTDs can be cash settled. So there's really no reason for an ETF to ever go on reg show unless it's being done intentionally. Or the defaulting party's gone bankrupt or something. Is the ticket to XRT profits to use those models in your daily DD and set limit orders overnight when CNS rips the stock? I don't know, Garrison. That sounds like a strategy maybe worth investigating. Good morning. Sitting here looking at my blood red Feb 18 150s and 160s, remembering feeling like Nelson G. fucking Rockefeller when I bought them at the time at those strikes. Thanks for all the hard work and stay strong. Thanks, Windmill. We're not done yet, and we're up pretty significantly. This is good. This is overall, this is very good, right? Because any price action preceding our, you know, quarterly Opex window is gonna only benefit the potential of that run, right? You know, a lot of those bullies are shills trying to keep you off the sub, right? I mean, I don't know. Either that or just wildly misinformed people. So I paper-handed my March 18, 110, 115s and sold at a good profit. Would have been even better today. I expect them to beat it back down. Win best for re-entry. I'm afraid of them pre-hedging Opex. And so I want to be in all of my position again by the 14th. Ideally this Friday before the 14th. Look at yesterday's chart. It looks identical to this morning. We broke out at 10:45 to 1:30. When shares in a retail account are held for over a year and marked long, does that affect the MM's ability to short or affect them in any way at all? I mean, I think that's really a question of if you have a cash account and you do not have your shares available to lend, are your brokers breaching their fiduciary duty to you and lending those shares without your permission and without paying you? I think if you suspect or have proof of your broker doing that, that you should probably contact a lawyer. Has the AP for XRT ever been investigated? There's multiple APs for XRT. Has the fund, has XRT been investigated? Yeah. 22.5 March 18. VXX looks juicy. Could be. We're about to cross the EMA 200 on the 1 hour. That's important. I mean, it is an intentional delay of settlement because it signals that FTDs have become so bad that they need to be force settled and cleared out. How much money did you lose trading options when you first started trading them? How long did it take you to become good at it? It took me a very long time to become good at it. But when I first started trading them, I was very I was very cognizant of the risk, and so I was maybe a little overly cautious, and I think I lost more money being overly cautious with them during that time period than I really lost to like slippage or being I mean, I'd already been trading for quite some time before I started using options, and so I mean they're the same as, you know, if I'm buying like 1,000 shares versus buying, you know, 10 contracts, like the effect of or rate of change is going to be fairly similar, outside of, you know, the Greeks. So I was pretty comfortable trading them, but I was very conscious of the risk involved, and so I would take profits a little too soon. I would close out a little too early. That's kind of stuff that you get better at with time. So it was more, it was less loss and more like a lot of money left on the table. BBIG options play. Max paying $5 till next Friday. Millions in sold puts at 8, 10. Currently trading around 3. 100% utilization. 127% average CTB. Take profits from $5 upwards. Low risk at $3. I don't like BBIG. There's too much. The short hedge funds have way too much power over there. And they really like to keep the fucking options chain from running. I've been in it twice, and the rug pulls are violent. It's not a fun stock to trade. Maybe I missed this with trading patterns similar. It is. Any plans to play SLD next week? Spy puts? Probably. I have VIX futures, so that's kind of my spy puts. I might buy some spy puts like on the daily or something. Some people have SS have literally DRS their entire life savings. Mentally, they cannot accept that maybe they should have done something else, or at least not gone in 100%. Wait, some super stock mod removed your DD and then another reapproved it? No, it was removed and then people bitched and it got put back up with the addendum that they still think it shouldn't be up. There's definitely some, there seems to be some division in the mod team. I don't know. The DD has nothing to do with MOASS or buying options. What it has to do with is highlighting the fact that all of GME's traded volume is due to options. All of its price improvement and price decreases are due to options. So, you know, when people think retail buying and holding is somehow affecting the price of the stock, it's there to prove that no, it doesn't affect the price. While it might affect the volatility, day to day has no effect on the price improvement or finding a fair market value. You handhold retail, giving them breadcrumbs to build strategies. Then when the light bulb clips to them, you validate the person despite having hand-drawn maps for reference. You're the man, Girk. Thanks, Garrison. I appreciate it, dude. Just pulled up your daily DD, and the charts look strikingly similar to your large 1.5 to 5 million FTD chart. Interesting. How do you control the emotions associated with leaving money on the table? Feeling annoyed after taking small profits yesterday. So the best way to control it is to remember that no one ever went broke taking profits, and that each new trade entered is completely separate from the one before it. Don't carry your shit with you. Win or lose, you move on to the next one with a clear head. Because if you let that compound, that feeling of leaving money on the table compound, you will dig yourself deeper and deeper into a hole very, very quickly. When you take a look at Express, I don't want to because I forgot to buy calls this morning. Oh, it's really not doing anything. Yeah, it's just a piece of shit. I hate it. I've made money on it too. I haven't actually lost any money on Express, but I've seen so many people lose money on it. Talk about changes. What the changes to SLD dates this year? I heard you mention in passing. Yeah, so after oh shit, that's not this. Ooh, I'm making money. This is cool. Very bullish momentum. So after March this year, SLD shifting from like the third, I think it's like third Wednesday through the following Friday right now. And then after March, it shifts from the end of the month, so the 30th or 31st of the month, through the 4th of the following month. So SLD's tightening up a bit. It's going to be a little shorter time frame. So the moves to the downside, if they continue, could be a little more violent. But it also means that like funds will have their money back faster, or access to their money again faster, which could be, it could change things. Any advice for someone who can never get timing right on calls? Yesterday I rolled for a small loss. This AM they're 15% profitable. I'm either always diamond or paper. Stay away from out of the money calls until you learn to manage a position properly. You're probably best benefited by having something in the money that won't move quickly. Something more akin to the actual shares themselves. I don't know why RC would speak today and not just other days. Why did they think the DD shouldn't be up? Probably because it talked about options. Some arbitrary thing about somebody posting someone else's DD, but literally some of the top posts from the last week are people posting other people's DD, people posting Twitter comments, people reposting other people's memes. It was ridiculous. The goal there was to just remove options DD, as has been Jay Smars and his little band of cohorts' goal for quite some time now. This isn't the first time they've removed options DD for no reason. There should, I mean, listen, if DRS is such a solid fucking thesis, then more people should attack it because they should be able to defend it. Ms. A, dude, thank you so much for becoming a pigeon whale, man. Hit me up. I'll get you added to the Royal Pigeon Whale Society for the advancement of cooing after the stream. Pigeon whales, flock, enjoy your newest member.
It's a motherfucking pigeon whale. High scream certainty. $100 a month supporting Pi 5 stream. Pigeon whales coo and the profits don't stop. Praise be to that pretty lady named Fiend. I hope you ain't
planning on posting more to Think Tank. Yeah, as I get a chance.
You will be. To be entirely honest, I can't imagine what you'll think with an extra 100 bones not in your piggy bank. But at the very least, it's safe to say you're smart enough not to be selling cover calls like Lumen, cause that's fucking rough.
We don't need your opinions in our glorious subreddit.
Hey, will you let me steer?
Put my life savings in GME, no regrets. Great savings account.
Not a cult.
Did you see Wall Street Bets DD about Fang being replaced by Ligma? That's, yeah, that's dumb. Is there anywhere else your options DD on Reddit can be found? Yeah, my profile. You can find all of my DD there. Just sort by most upvoted. That should give you pretty much the majority of it. Oh, I don't like. Hold. My pressure is very strong. Ooh, that's a good bounce. Spy going up. Thoughts on coin? I have no idea. The beauty of this is that I found the money for my shares on accident. It didn't really actually cost me anything because Bit was money I had forgotten about for like a decade. Whatever. Cool. TQQQ gonna hit 62 soon. It's looking good, yeah. So basically VIX calls are the way for new SLD. I think so, yeah. I mean, I've been using VIX calls for SLD all year, but I think going forward, yeah, the moves will be a little more violent. Important lesson observed on Tesla today. Sometimes it's best to just not trade Tesla contracts. Today would have been awful already, but I stayed out of it. Hallelujah. Ooh, rough. Yeah, fake out breakout. That was a good setup too. If you buy theta on Tesla at like a fake breakout, it retests more than the majority of the time. So the problem with theta on Tesla obviously is that it's expensive. You can also just buy 100 shares of Tesla and sell out of the money fucking calls, like 30% out of the money, and make a couple grand a month. I'm conflicted. DOJ has this big investigation going on, yet manipulation continues. I have zero faith in our government, but I find myself wondering, does the manipulation continue because they won't get punished? Or do they know they're fucked, so they're going out with a bang? The manipulation continues because it's not illegal in the slightest, and they don't give a shit about the DOJ. Ironically, the options chain is the only thing that makes this type of squeeze situation possible. Well, the options chain and FTDs, but buying options creates FTDs. So they go hand in hand. The mod said it should have been removed in the first place. Yeah, but that same mod is guilty of removing options piss in the past that shouldn't have been removed in the first place. I think maybe some of the mods should be removed. Dividend or squeeze never happens. Sounds like you're answering your own question there, Sleepy Brandon. Bayesian Warlock, I appreciate you answering the question and helping others learn. Somebody hopped on the hype train last year without any idea what we were doing and paid the price. I'm just listening in and having fun. Thank you, Bayesian Warlock. I appreciate that, man. Vorname, is it super chat time again? Fuck the shills. All theories should be visible and scrutinized. Maybe they're all wrong, maybe all right. I hope this helps your electricity bill. Thank you, Vorname. I appreciate it, man. The only thing holding up this market is Chipotle. Accurate. I'm really far behind, like 10 minutes. It's gonna jump ahead at some point, and then I'm gonna miss a bunch of shit. I downloaded the IBKR trial software the other day. I instantly felt like I was a character in a 1990s Wall Street movie. Congratulations. What type of technical analysis do you use? I've been trying to find a video where you teach a bit of your method. I don't. It shows the wrist for MOASS. Thank you, Bristlito, but no. You guys got the wrist that one day. It's not happening again. It's gross. Ooh. Facebook's even up a little bit today. The value flowing back into tech. This should be ultimately be a pretty good day. Man, market volume is just kind of fucking low. Jimmy has a gap to the upside, but a tiny one. Tesla now dead. I would say until later this afternoon, probably, yeah. My Ko-Fi. Oh no. I'm sorry, Skona. If this isn't useful, you just said do options, same like short hedge fund paychecks. There is a focus on AMC. I don't want to lie to people. It's a shit stock, and we like to tell them about it. Cool, Stuke. Awesome, man. It doesn't ever hurt to learn more. Even if you don't ultimately end up trading options, knowing about them is beneficial. Is Chipotle actually a good enough company to be at $1,566 a share? I mean, I've never been in one that wasn't packed. And they keep downgrading the quality of their food, so they can only be making more profits. If we chop between 116 and 119 all day, I'm going to need to speak to your manager. We'll see about that, Willie. All right, well, I'm just not going to read that at all, Dwayne the Long Johnson. Do options like same as short hedge fund paycheck? Thanks for your tireless work, man. Thanks, Darkborn, and no, they don't. Why doesn't April 500C SPY, which is $50 more than the current price, cost more than a 400C April that's $50 less? Theta. Oh, wait, hold on. 500C SPY, $50. Oh, okay, so it's the same date? April 500C costs more than a 400C. I mean, that doesn't make any sense at all. 400C is in the money. Are you looking at puts? I'm not sure, Johnny A. You send me a screenshot or something, because that sounds fucking super weird. Is it super chat time again? Brag. Thank you, Kilowatts. I have to disagree. Can you draw the wedge on GMA? Could it be any more? Why do I need to draw it? The resistance lines are already doing that. Like the moving averages already draw the wedge for you. You don't need me to do it. AMD chart looking okay. Probably just gonna move with the market, but yeah, it looks pretty good. It's starting to come back up to mean or market open. If it crosses there, it's got some upside potential. A break of 130 is pretty important for AMD right now. Gamestop looks like it's about to do a thing. Do you expect stagnation for the rest of the week or a tank bump? It depends on what their goal is. Can they short it much more? Figure they'd be trying right now if they could. I buy them in the money, Megamole. Just capture the change in price. Don't really care about the volatility too much. So what to do with Snap? Sell and cut losses or hope for a breakout? I mean, I'm not going to cut any losses. I think I'm just going to take the hit. I mean, they're worth fucking $10. Like, it'll either break out or it won't. I don't give a shit at this point. YOLO. That's what it was. I mean, it had the potential to keep running. It didn't. That's what you get for chasing, I guess. But also just like the potential upside of the play was very, very good. So it was worth the risk of, you know, the $300 I spent to possibly make, you know, $1,500 or $2,000. Cameron, I would start with technical analysis of the financial markets. I mostly use trend analysis. I'm not a big fan of fibs or Elliott waves. I don't mind Wyckoff in that it's moderately accurate given enough time. And I know that Elliott waves are an extension of Wyckoff theory, but I find them to be more inaccurate than just using an actual Wyckoff model. This DRS and holding lots of shares influences volatility. It affects the price, just not how a lot of SS people thought it would. The mechanics of it all are way more nuanced than the average DRS zealmonger. Yeah, I mean, creating illiquidity allows them to drive the price even lower, right? But it also means that our upside has greater potential. Now you're still in the money, but down. Oh, it's just because of theta decay. These are 0 DTEs. So they need to go a little bit more in the money than they currently are in order to gain value, essentially. As long as the SPY continues on this trend, I think it's going to move up through the mid-afternoon. I'm not super concerned. And the price target's 460. So as long as if it breaks down from this, I'm probably going to close them and just take the hit. Because there's a huge gap to the downside. So it's kind of like tightrope walking over a cliff. Instructions unclear. I'm now convinced that Chipotle is and always has been the play. What's the difference between chop and consolidation? Consolidation is a narrowing of the price range. So as buy and sell pressure reach an equilibrium, there comes an inflection point at which one will outweigh the other, and that will either push the stock up or down. Chop is kind of just like where you're moving up and down in the same range. Like buy pressure here is strong, sell pressure here is strong, and you're really not gaining or losing any value. It's just staying relatively the same. So it's a lack of consolidation within a narrow price range, essentially. I should clip that. That was a good explanation. I don't want to explain that again. Me. There we go. Serious question for chat. If I were to scratch my itchy anus with Dorito fingers, does the chance of MOASS increase? Absolutely. Is it itchy, Rick? Are you allergic to bananas, dude? It's really frustrating that the DD removal took the wind out of the sails while it was hot top. It would still be the top post now if it wasn't suppressed. Would you consider reposting it? I think the mods should just pin it after taking it down. It's verifiable data. There's no reason for it not to be pinned. Just like they spam every post with that fucking look here for more DRS information bullshit. I hope my son grows up to be as brilliant as you are. Thick Cardi VWAP can't even shake your elegance. Your mom must be proud. Thanks, Hilmy, though. I appreciate it. Play that Ford gap up to 19. Is Ford bumping? You swing options IV a bit. I want to watch. I watch the stock jump up, but my IV doesn't change or decreases. You need volume. Volume moves volatility far more than price action. Give the people what they want. Wedge for MOASS. We're just tracking the SPY. Jesus Christ here. There. We broke out of it. Look at that. More importantly, we broke out of this one. This is, ooh, yes. Aha! Print me attendees. Mark codes, terrible, are con artists. And just dumb, but con artists. Would you say that my volatility forecaster, the thing that looked like Bollinger Bands, could be a good indicator for basing condors around? Possibly. We could try to set that up, I guess. Or like see if we could build a strategy around it. I realized that the DRS is a sunk cost fallacy. After learning that locates don't matter, DRS DD turned into the Fed SEC will intervene, and trust me, bro. I mean, there's the, like, your shares are safe from widespread financial liquidation. But if that occurs, there's no one to buy your shares anyway, so it doesn't matter. CMG, PMCC are very profitable already for like 2 years. Stop explaining Wyckoff theory. My poor smooth brain cannot handle it. I feel like you could. Consolidating upward momentum for a return tomorrow. Yeah, I think they'll try to get us back towards max pain by the end of the week. Very nice. Oh. Jimmy coming up, but very slowly. I'm gonna update Reddit real quick. 1 second, guys. And far behind am I? Jesus Christ. Also calls on shift search. Those are sold, right? Nope, they look bought. Bought. These like 125s might be sold. These weeklies, I think. I think these weeklies might be sold calls. But the farther dated ones all look purchased. Some of the nearer dated ones also kind of look purchased. So yeah. Chop. Holding the fuck around. Oh. Down to there. I just updated Reddit, JT. My favorite bit of hypocrisy is getting slated for your channel that's separate to any DD you've given for free, and Dr. Kitty Cat Trimbath book returns from relative obscurity to the top of audiobooks. When do you think is the best time to get out to reposition in the next day or two? I mean, I guess I would wait to see how today plays out if you're trying to reposition by Friday. Do you think Ortex utilization being at 100% actually means something? I mean, it could if they hold those overnight. Is it un-American to be short the U.S. Treasury? Kind of goes against the whole concept of being the best economy in the world. I don't know. I mean, it's probably un-American to be short a lot of things. What's your price target for BP? I already sold. But it was like 36.40. I think the problem with that narrative, Cameron, is that if the brokerage is default, you can't sell your fucking shares out of CS anyway. So then you've just got worthless paper stored in a piggy bank. What are your thoughts on SEC wanting to reduce settlement times to T+1 by March? I like it. That's awesome. Any insight as to why SPY VWAP is tracking so low? It seems like quite the divergence. Maybe a retest to fill the gap. It's possible. If this doesn't maintain its like current trend, then I'm probably going to sell and buy puts because that gap is huge. I'm aware of the asymmetric upside here. How much does China, aka WeBull, pay you per view? They don't. How does it feel to be the shilliest shill that has ever shilled? Great. Tagged you in the Louvre. Oh, you bastard. Ooh, GameStop's pushing up. Very nice. Also, you'd be having another purge day where you ban the mods and anything goes in chat. I don't know about that, but today could be one of the last days to roll forward Feb 18s. Especially if you've regained some value on them, it's a very good opportunity to start considering that. Thank you, Mark. This is far from the best economy in the world, maybe for the elite, but not for the other 90% of Americans. That's because people do things like have a favorite billionaire. Like, my billionaire is so much better than your billionaire. Like, what kind of stupid fucking contest is that? That's bad. No. Is it recovering? Is this just going to be massive volatility, or is it an actual breakdown? I'm getting the fuck out of these. Take my profits from XRT. Wait, what's XRT doing? Yeah. Stabilizing? No. Shit. Goddamn. Well, I'll just wait. I thought you can sell out of CS. CS is not a brokerage. If brokers fail, you can't sell. Which is true whether you're in a brokerage or in computer share. I thought the point of DRS was to force MOASS through locking of the float. There's no evidence that that's a thing. I'm welcome to challenge anybody who wants to argue it, to proffer up mathematical proof and or legal precedent that points to the locking of a float stopping naked shorting. Tied the Tasmanian tiger, it's quite a process and sort of unique to each person. I suggest learning the basics of fundamental and technical analysis and deciding on a strategy that works best for you. Actual DD equals removed. One purple denna, 5,000 net bids. What are you gonna do? I'm not going full DRS FUD. I'm just saying the truth about DRS, Jacob. It doesn't hurt anything. I never said it did. That's only true if all brokers default. You know what else is true? If the brokers that CS uses default and the rest don't. If Fidelity and Vanguard and BlackRock go down, every other brokerage is going down with them. They all own each other. So they're pretty interlocked. Hey Greg, sending you the last $3 you'll likely get from me. The only commonality we've had in this community is no infighting, and I can't really stay a member while you do it from your pulpit. DRS doesn't hurt, options don't hurt. The way you choose to juxtapose them does. I'm not juxtaposing them. I'm saying one doesn't really do anything, and one has a visible effect. Bye. Do we actually have precedent that it does not? Yeah, the only two companies to have ever DRS'd their float, one was delisted due to crime, and then the other one, nothing happened and the price of the stock tanked. Porsche locked up the VW float with 70% stock ownership, 30% options, and an announcement that they'd locked up the float. It was an intentional short squeeze, calculated and executed. They made more money off of their purchase of Volkswagen than they did off any other thing for the next 5 years. What broker will take on the sales from CS if we move to 10K? We're going up. Why are the shills so shilly? I don't really think they're shills. I think they're just people afraid of conclusions that don't agree with their bias. I think Ryan Cohen and Matt Furlong have refused compensation for board participation. But generally, shares provided to employees are removed from the float. So, like, if they're giving shares to new hires and stuff, they would buy back shares and distribute them. No, holding the floor holds the floor, as it's done all year. When news of DRS locked float 100% or closes out, worldwide FOMO will happen. That's the advantage I see. Markets based on fear and greed. There's no guarantee of that. You're coming from a standpoint that you don't think these institutions and participants don't already know that a vast majority of GameStop's float is owned. I mean, they can tell from the bid-ask spread alone. They can do all the same mathematical models that we can, more, because they have access to even more data than us. It's not an unknown factor. And yet they still don't buy in. So what makes you think that the difference is the proof? Brokerages make money too. Sweet baby Jesus. Big brokerages have been through 50 years of recessions and black swan events. Yeah, I know. Chapter 18 of Dr. Trimbath's book explains why buy, hold, and DRS alone don't work. Yeah, Dr. Trimbath is a champion for the empowerment of shareholders and has frequently criticized the idea of a short squeeze on GameStop or those seeking to drive one through DRS. I don't know why, and I don't think she's been disingenuous at all. I just think that she does not see that either as a route to what people, you know, assume it to be. I'm sorry I'm late. Did Moonwing get assigned yet? Not yet. If the SEC does a halt up to 10 days, how does that affect FTDs due during that period? All of the FTDs would be due the day after the halt is released. All the FTDs due during that period of time would be due the day the stock opens by market open. Did you talk about James Rowland 17 TA? It was spot on, turned out. So was my prediction from 3 months ago without doing any TA. All the TA indicators were pointing up for like the last 2 days. DRS updated every earnings report will FOMO in when 50% is locked. Common sense. No. I do like the illiquidity that direct registration causes. I know it's a double-edged sword, but I like the potential for more VUP during the expected runs. We really haven't seen a lot of the effects of that illiquidity yet. We need a violent run in order to really see if the potential of that is unlocked. Because how can a short lender say they have shares to lend if they're all direct registered? They don't use those. They use ETFs. Market makers can create shares for liquidity, and all of this can be done without a locate. Nobody's like running around to the brokers and actually asking them if they have shares. No one gives a shit. You're the biggest shit ever. Fuck you. You showed us the advantage of options, tossed a gazillion things about the market. I'm so angry at you that I'm gonna give you my money and then I'm gonna DRS some April 510 calls. Thank you, Dwayne the Line Johnson. See, a lot of the DRS thesis is based around this idea of a locate. That somehow short sellers around the market are constantly looking for these locates. And if you eliminate the locate, then they can no longer short sell, right? Except this is false. In so many ways, not only through bona fide market making provisions, but also through ETF share creation and operational shorting. The shorting of the underlying can be facilitated and held, a long short, basically for a 45-day rolling period without ever locating a real share of the stock. What are your thoughts on March 200s? Not the worst. It's just wishful thinking, Palantir, though. Like, there's no guarantee of that. Why do you think people are going to FOMO into a stock where no real shares exist? Institutions sure as fuck aren't. Not to mention, how are you going to get past the fact that no institution at all is going to register their shares ever? So the chunk of the float that institutions own will never be registered. I closed the SPY position. Why do you think GameStop published official DRS numbers in their last report? Because it's a significant amount of the float held closely. It's just accounting. If you have 5% of your float that's locked up, you're probably going to announce it. In addition, those numbers are all provided by ComputerShare. So it's very possible that ComputerShare just provided those numbers and they were included in the report. I don't think it was a conscious decision by GameStop to be like, oh, guys, you need to DRS. Look at this. I think anytime 5% of a company's float has anything substantial done with it, it's usually noted. It's uncommon in other reports because that doesn't happen. But, you know, DDS, for example, reports that they have 70% of their float is employee held through employee stock vesting or whatever. And it's noted, it's in their Bloomberg terminal report and probably on their 10Q. It's not pulled out of their possession. It's ledgerized with a different agent. You're right, DD. Oh. I don't think it matters either way. It's, it's neutral. It is not physically removed. It's a digital ledger. It forces sell to cover. Okay. Let me know when it's fucking 80% registered and then we'll talk about it. Thanks for your help with At the Money calls. When March 105s are printing, don't worry about the DRS people. It's good to have a dose of healthy skepticism when there's no evidence. Stock has only dropped with DRS pushed. I mean, that's not why the stock dropped. The stock dropped because they gamma squeezed the fucking price down with massive put positions and shorted the shit out of it through ETF creation. It has nothing to do with DRS. If they leave the DTCC, then all the failure to the delivers on GameStop would be wiped. You're talking about like them going private or moving to a different exchange, delisting. All of those are bad if short squeeze is the plan. They'll be moved to the obligations warehouse and settled in the OCC market, and that'd be it. They're not gonna break me. It's a fucking baseless. It's just baseless speculation. Of the CNS process scenarios you drew in today's DD, which do you think best reflects today's price action? A large number of FTDs. Pressure from the CNS system should be let off by at about 3:10 p.m. Same like hemorrhoids? Thanks, a user. I mean, here's the problem is that I think because I'm like a face for the community, people want me to push this narrative of DRS, but I fundamentally disagree with it. I've presented my reasons and I have not heard any conclusive evidence that detracts from my own reason for not doing it. So then the real thing that people want me to do is lie to other people and tell them that I see a huge benefit in this scenario, and it's just not accurate. And I'm not going to do it. You explain the difference between a gamma squeeze and a normal short squeeze. I understand it in theory, but more explanation on the mechanism at play would be very helpful. So when a large amount of gamma exposure is built up on the market maker side, GEX, that is hedged in the window of exercise. So T+2 from the expiration. And essentially, if a large price increase the previous trading period leads to large numbers of options being exercised, you run into a situation where market makers are buying the stock en masse, and that is what creates a gamma squeeze. A short squeeze is when the price of a stock has reached a point at which the short positions are no longer able to sustain their losses and have to begin covering. There was once a stock that put to sea. The name of the stock was GME. The price blew up and the shorts dipped down. Hold my bully boys hold. Thank you so much, Elwin. I appreciate that. What do you think GME will end today? It's hard to say. There's a lot of potential for upside, but volume's still fairly low. And it's early. If we continue the trend, I mean, if we start to break up into this gamma ramp, like 448, 150 are very possible targets. Like we could really move if we get some volume. We don't have that volume yet. I didn't say it doesn't pull it out of the DTCC's markets. It doesn't pull it out of the market. You can still transact that share. It's just held separately from the DTCC. It's not cognitive bias. Both can be true. How would what be settled, Shroomy Boom? Sounds like you haven't heard the GameStop anthem. We have one? Question mark. I don't know. And every day we go up and close up is more pressure on the market makers to hedge the following day. So upside movement begets more upside movement. Do you think the SEC isn't going to do anything about the market makers C35? I don't think they're changing Reg T. Seems way more destructive to price discovery than T+2 on broker level. Yeah, I doubt they're going to get rid of Reg T. So much of the market is, you know, FTD'd every day, like billions of FTDs every day. It's just, no. With most of the FTD window over now, sorry. Most of the FTD window over now, what would drive volume? Are we back to a volume desert until Feb 14 Opex? It's possible. I mean, we still have FTDs carrying over from December every day. We just don't have that overlap. So we're still in an FTD period. I mean, we almost always are until 1/6 when they really stopped using a lot of creation. So we'll have FTDs carrying forward no matter what. They're just less in number because we no longer have that November-December overlap going on right now. But, you know, in a little bit, we'll have a December-January overlap, right? So the FTDs are continuous. It's just when they're high enough, it affects price improvement. And the higher FTDs get, you know, the more FTDs are created. The more options bought, the more FTDs created. I've read all the DD. I've talked to the people that wrote it extensively. They have no answer for share creation without a locate. Because there isn't one. I don't want to sell at a peak today to roll if I don't get a chance to buy back. I don't know if we'll continue to stay up through the rest of the week. I mean, the market maker is going to want to push us towards max pain, but as the price rises, max pain will rise as well. Saying that those FTDs are actual positions being held in the hands of retail. I mean, no, they're not. Because they're not located, right? There's no locate to back up the FTD. The FTD is simply synthetic. Those FTDs are then cleared through CNS, and then they're gone. If there's no locate in the original transaction, then there is no share used to facilitate it. So what you're talking about, Shroomy Boom, is that the shares that people own are being used as a locate for short positions. And by pulling that locate away, this short position can't be transacted. And an FTD then cannot be created. Right? But this is false because a locate is never used. A short position is simply created. And then it fails. And then that fail is cleared through CNS. Subway Cup, hey community face guy, thanks for what you do. Now can you clarify what you said about pressure relieved at 3 p.m. today? So you think we slowed down reverse then? Sorry for the confusion. Dear face, you were more like the Hannibal on my A team. Thank you so much, Subway Cup. Basically, CNS stops processing at around 3:10. So sometimes you can see some, if they're processing FTDs through CNS currently, the day cycle will end at around 3:10. And so the pressure from those FTDs falls off around that time. What part of this is legal? All of it. Toad Frogson. I've got coffee right here. Stop describing market making. It's hurting my confirmation bias. But printing counterfeit money is illegal. Is it? I think that would depend on if the person printing it is authorized to do so, right? It's also not legal US tender, although convertible to it. You can't clear those through CNS and never deliver shares when 100% of the ledger is registered and no more shares are within the DTCC liquidity pool. Yes, you can. If they can't be cleared, they'll be pushed into the obligations warehouse. Bro, who's buying these synthetic positions and millions of failed FTDs? There's no one buying them. The DTCC buys them and then sends whoever failed a bill. Ah. The DTCC doesn't care about finding a share to settle a fail. The DTCC and CNS cares about finding a trade that nets out the previous trade. So that means if they have a short FTD and CNS can pair it with a long purchase, FTD is gone. And CNS does this billions of times a day. Across the entire market, and it is an extremely efficient system. In a market where almost everything being traded is synthetic, it's very beneficial to have a system like this in place. I don't know what your question was, Chris. There's 2,000 people in here. Is it possible that I just missed it? Completely normal market making is a crime. Stop saying it happens. Is this movement good or bad for the entropy swaps? If they haven't entered them yet, it's not good. Not trolling, but honestly, why are you in the stock then? I think it has lots of upside potential, and I think the compounding FTD positions and illiquidity can generate a short squeeze. Oh, definitely not. Not its intended purpose. But it is allowed within the rules. I agree. It's a misuse. It's unethical. This is the obligation warehouse what burned down. I mean, if they're burning shit down, that's probably the right thing to do it to. Popcorn, how it do that? What did it do? Popcorn? Oh. Up I mean, it's fucking up $1. It's got more volume. That's the difference between a super liquid and an illiquid float. And who was the failed position supposed to be delivered to? Retail investors. No, generally the failed position is supposed to be delivered to whoever allowed the transaction of creation to occur. I mean, if it's an ETF, the failed position's due to the ETF. If it's a market maker, the failed position should net neutral because they're a market maker. I don't know, Sitting Bull. It was a gaming screen name, and people just went wild with pickles. Is CNS system still running on Windows XP? Gurk, I get the feeling you're expecting a rug pull on this run today. I don't know about that. I expect intraday low volume. So like midday volume drop. Somewhere in this period. So volume will fall off. Nothing exciting will probably happen. I'm doing all right, Chris. Thanks for asking. Fair market? Efficient market. The SEC's goal is a fair market, supposedly. It doesn't mean it's realized, right? That's just their goal. At what point would you know if they've entered into entropy swaps? If the stock just runs like crazy because they're no longer trying to suppress the price anymore? I demand my Dillionaire song. I will not be denied my birthright. When did you become a Dillionaire? Nobody became a Dillionaire today. Don't bullshit me, Real Slim Pickle. When did you do it? I don't see it. Ah, fuck it. I'll play the song anyway.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we holding the float. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the goat. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC.
Did you see the DD of the guy who predicted this run? Yeah, I wrote it.
That Joe motherfucker trade this is popcorn cold. When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomber on boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no coke.
Yes, they are. Also, that's never happened. Retail hasn't bought 100 million synthetic shares. That's just another thing there's no proof of, Shroomy Boom. We can assume that we own most, maybe all of the float already. I wouldn't say that we own like 3 or 5x the float. Bottom line is up to GameStop management to improve the fundamentals of the company. If that is done, everyone owning the stock will be happy. Best way to get rid of shorts. Vertex commented on utilization. If it says 100%, it's at 100%, but it's at 100% of what they have visibility over. There can be other pools of lending that they do not have access to in their data aggregation. So while the sources that they are tracking are at 100% utilization, that doesn't mean that the entire lending pool is at 100% utilization. It's compelling. I mean, if they've borrowed all the shares, that would indicate that brokers are indeed not lending any shares out, right? It doesn't need to be bought back or closed. Who told you that? The settling of the FTD is the closing of the position. Synthetics don't just exist ad infinitum. As soon as they are settled, they are gone. Like they never existed. If you force settlement of actual securities, though, there wouldn't be any trading done. Everything would just lock up and be illiquid, and the market would lose its liquidity. Should that be the way it's done? Maybe. Is there a deadline for entering an entropy swap? I think it has to be entered. Actually, I think there is. I'm not sure when, though, Dr. K. I think it's before the roll date if it's being closed that quarter. I don't trade swaps, so it's not something I've paid attention to. But yeah, there should be a deadline. I'm sure CME has it listed. It's probably pretty easy to find. I don't give a shit what happened with the data center fire, Sitting Bull, to be honest with you. It's just data that's backed up in like 50 other places. There's no indication that anything important was lost there. It could be nearly 1 million shares in this stream alone. I think there's more than that based on our last poll. But there's other things that could affect that. Besides the attendees, what's your favorite part of trading? It's a good question. I really don't like working for other people. I mean, I get to work from home far longer than before that was, you know, a commonplace thing. And it gives me a lot of like free time, which is cool. Well, it used to. Ortex has 100% utilization, but 500k IBKR shares are waiting to be borrowed. Yeah. AMC's float too large, DDS too small, and GME just right. Pretty much. I think they time it right after Opex. Interesting. Another ETF with GME and it got on the reg show threshold list. Which one? There were 3. Is a new one? And when was it added? Mikas, that's important. Check Discord. Ooh. Big info from Turd. Massive call volume. Yeah, I saw that. What am I looking for? Dan's drawing triangles. Oh, he's cool, Turd. Don't worry about him. He's... Oh. Oh, is this the entry? Futures clearing member. Each acceptance. No later than 12 noon. You just give me a date, because I don't know what the fuck this means. 12 noon of what day? Like intraday? If a financially solvent company was delisted and moved to the OTC, that company then bought back its float for pennies on the dollar and went private. How does that resolve my shares? Do I still not own part of that company? Yes. You would still own part of that company, whatever percentage that your shares represent. I would imagine. It's a very odd situation. When if MOASS happens, do you think GME will go into the millions? I think it has the potential to, yeah. The best thing about this whole episode will not be the MOASS, but rather that I found comfort in the bosom of a Dan. Thank you, Mo Money. And thank you, J-Dog. IMM dates 2, 5, 7, 10, 20, and 30-year underlying tenors. What's an IMM date? Okay, I don't think this is directed at me. Given the nature of both variance and entropy swaps, isn't it wildly unethical for someone like Citadel Advisors to enter them, given that they are also MM and can basically force this action? Unethical, maybe. Allowed, absolutely. On top of that, Citadel has no SRO reporting or SEC reg show reporting requirements for swaps they enter as of 2012 through, so they only have to report their positions to CME or CFTC. So only the SROs, they don't have to report directly to the SEC. Sorry, I know I'm missing a lot of questions, but it's like the chat keeps jumping and I can't keep scrolling back. So if I missed it, just ask it again. I'm sorry. If MOASS happens, would brokers be able to sell our shares to prevent the price from getting into the millions? Why would they be incentivized to do that? Brokers make money off of holding those shares. The bat's just insane. I just ignore him. Any update to the live market feed agreement for the stream? Not currently, no. I'm looking into some other avenues. The one I was looking into, I don't think is gonna pan out. I'd like to clarify, if the price of GME is wrong, and say, for example, is worth 200 share, does that mean if I buy an out of the money call and the price runs to 200, it means I can purchase 100 shares at 120? If you buy a 120 strike call, yes, that's the enforceable right guaranteed to you by the contract. So if you buy a 120 call and the price runs to 200, you were allowed to buy shares. That's the value of a call contract, really, is that you were allowed to buy shares at $120 instead of 200. You think there's too much of an us versus them mentality when there really isn't one of us or one of them? Yes. Can you go over how you roll your options? Getting stuck on how it's actually done. Sure, John, you sell the contracts you currently own, and then at some point, either immediately or later, buy new ones. Later out, like further out at a later date. Do you think it's safer to play delta sensitivity versus Vega sensitivity, seeing how it appears to be slow closing? You expect rapid movement Feb 14th or with Opex? Feb 14th is tricky. I don't know what's going to happen. With Opex, yeah, I'd expect more rapid upside. Will I live this week? You might. Yeah, Shia, I answered that when you asked it before. It is unethical, but allowed. I actually answered that question pretty extensively. Maybe go back and look for it. It was like 5 minutes ago or something. I love you, and I'm sorry for what a disappointment I've been. I will be better. We'll see. You say that every time. You mentioned you don't like trading futures. Care to elaborate why? I think you'd be a big fan, especially options. S options. They have a lot greater risk. And then I'm not a big fan of like the limit up, limit down rules. I also don't really like anything that I have to track all the time. It's a big pain in the ass. That's why I don't trade crypto also. I mean, I have some futures contracts right now on the VIX. I'm not a huge fan of it. People are selling out of their Feb calls, probably. Do you think the WOC should abolish the reserve list? I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. WOC? WotC? Like Wizards of the Coast? Absolutely. The reserve list is stupid. It creates an arbitrary barrier to playing a game based on length of time in it or money, which is dumb, right? It's a fucking children's game, not an investment opportunity. Did you say they stopped using creation to short after the 6th of January? Is there any difference? They didn't stop using creation. They stopped using it this heavily, and they didn't continue using it through XRT, I don't think. Does Opex actually do, and where and when does exposure form? Exposure forms through the previous quarter, right? As these deficit positions are taken and options are used through ETFs and indexes to hedge them, that exposure comes due during the Opex cycle. So the Opex is sort of the realization of all the exposure from the previous quarter. Which is really visible actually on the charts. if we look at GameStop over the course of the year, obviously, like this Opex cycle had tons of exposure, right? Because of the price action that occurred in January, which was, realized here. And then, there were still very high FTDs and exposure going, and it was very hard, right? With the flash crashing of the stock and massive shorting that occurred from March until May. And then we see, obviously the Opex cycle here realized very strongly. This cycle provided tons of liquidity. And so the realization of this cycle through August is much more diminished, right? And then from August until November, we really don't see a lot of exposure created, right? Very, very little shorting in this period. This was actually our strongest floor held, like as far as price improvement goes. The bottom of this cycle was much higher than the previous cycles in or down cycles in April and July. And so when we moved into November, Opex didn't have as much strength, right? The effect was more diminished. They also hedged in advance to diminish the strength even further. But now on this cycle, with massive shorting done over this time period and really no liquidity provided, I expect Opex exposure to be very high, similar to last February. I'm out of TQQQ. 100% gains are just too spicy to keep holding. Congrats, dude. I'm glad you made a nice profit. Clip it? Yeah, I should. That way I have somewhere to send people who ask what Opex is. When is the Opex window date? The next Opex date is Feb 18. And the window for that exposure is T+2 from that day. Can you explain how to read and use the options calculator? You put in your strike and the expiration date. I have a few videos, censored comment, a few clips. If you go back and look where you can watch me kind of play around with the options calculator and use it to give you an idea. But the price of your option at the date and dollar value. Intersection is what it would be on that day and that value. So this little spot right there. How soon before SLD do you typically move into VIX positions? I moved in a little earlier this time because the market was showing a lot of signs of weakness. And they were pretty cheap. I'll probably average down a little bit before Opex. But generally, like the second week when the market hits near its peak for the cycle, See potential of a gamma squeeze into the Opex window. Not yet. I need to borrow your Roombas. Are you filming something? I mean, I think Occam's razor just needs to be used fluffier. So when people are, asking reasons GameStop could have included the DRS numbers, and I think a lot of where you're going to land on that is far more logical than they're trying to signal retail to DRS their shares. You're entering weeklies for Feb 18 on Friday this week? No, I'm buying back my March 18s. Rolling a March 18 option makes sense to roll to April, May, or June. Does one make more sense than the other? Why? I mean, sure, you can buy more theta if you want to. I just don't understand why you'd want more theta right now. If you're afraid of the risk, then give yourself more time. What can we do aside from buying calls? What can we do to increase the price? Buy and hold, or is it also worth nothing? No, buy and hold buy and hold's sufficient for stabilization of the price, but it increases volatility, right? So it means that the price of the stock can move more rapidly in either direction, down or up. But yeah, I mean, buy and hold and hope for the best. Ultimately, GameStop doesn't stop being a good long-term value investment. So there's nothing wrong with a strategy of buy and hold with a 3 to 5 year window, regardless of if a squeeze is realized or not, right? You buy back the March 18s and rolling down, options price is just increasing. Gotta wait for a good entry. I don't know if we're gonna see another good entry, but I'll probably just buy him back. I'm not gonna roll down. I already have plenty of strikes on the low end. I might roll out my in the money Febs that I have right now, like my Feb 100s and 110s. I have those for Feb 18th and they're up. So I might roll those up a little and out into March. Turd. Otherwise, I still think we're going to see a bit of a dip coming up here. I'm just very cautious of the week of the 14th. I don't really want to buy then because they could start pre-hedging the Opex roll and then the price is just going to start going up and I don't want to chase into the roll. I think anything material, like 5% change impact to operations or shares, has to be disclosed in a financial report. And if you can find proof of that, that would be awesome. So zero volume, no CNS, FTD is not settled, reg show list. Zero volume, no CNS. Yes. Except there'll never be zero volume. So CNS will always have something to net off. Options work in a twofold way, right? They are intrinsically FTD generators. They create FTDs through this process of synthetic hedging, and they create positive delta exposure, which we know is the primary driver of GameStop price action. So not only do they create the potential for increased price, they create the thing that drives the increase in price. I don't know if they're going to force it down after the 14th. That's a that's a risky bet to assume that they'll do that. I'm a former auditor. The CPAs advising GameStop would probably set materiality at 5% of revenues at most. They would have to disclose on this basis. They could have a lower threshold also. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that seems far more reasonable than any other conclusion I've heard. And I've heard them all, I think. SEC stream was bullish, but timetable for changes are so far out. Hopefully same-day clearing will at least affect some tangible changes before T+1 settlement comes to pass. I'm hoping that the swap reporting on the 14th is, well, because we don't know the effect of that massive negative delta exposure on the price of GameStop. That's why, Ryan. And then after 214, they could begin hedging like they did in November, with ever increasing price each day into Friday of next week, right? Into the Opex day. And if this happens, this is kind of what happened on Freg's day, is a lot of people bought in here and here and here, right? And then by the time they bought in, the price was already almost at its peak for the cycle before it failed. And I would much rather be buying in here. Sorry if it's an asteroid, but 1.6 billion worth of shares due Feb 14th. Has this been debunked? Yeah, there was an error with the data, the delta in the model. It's actually 4.2 million, not 1.6 billion. I think I added a note to the video that said that the data was off. Or we suspected the data was off from the get-go, but we were kind of talking about it live. But yeah, it's 4.2. It was 4.2 million shares of negative delta, not 1.6 billion. Although I would have loved this. Unfortunately, not true. But we recalculated and then double checked it. So yeah, 4.2 million. How does the TA look? It looks like we're near the top of the channel we're in. It looks good. We have a lot more room to move to the upside. If we can break through the low 30 right here, this EMA 30 line, and sustain this price improvement, we could easily continue moving up. Our upside potential is backed by the options chain as well, so it looks good. What's up, Jacob? Isn't it weird that they haven't really borrowed shares today? Well, they haven't really borrowed shares that we can see today. Am I the only one who has the feeling that they shorted as much back as possible the next 2 days to get under the call exposure? I kind of agree. DRS is the way. Gherkin gets paid by Citadel plus his quant team front running all their cycle predictions. November was 300 their zone. Hedge funds covered to 250 x2. DRS limits his ability to day trade. Ban me? I don't care. I mean, you're clearly dumb, but I'm not going to ban you. Like, no point. Whatever you're smoking, I want some. The CA looks good. Why are you waiting to Friday to buy March 18s? Oh, because there's consolidation. We just moved up like 20 bucks. I expect us to consolidate. I expect market makers to fight back for max pain, which is down here at 110. So we have room to the downside. Yeah, all that day trading. GameStop is the worst fucking stock in the world to day trade. It's illiquid. It constantly slips breakouts. Like, why the fuck would anybody day trade it? I'm angry at you at my 140 cc's that I sold for this Friday. Probably not a terrible bet. Good job making money on your investment. Especially if you sold them at the peak. You said you don't plan to roll your March 18s. Any reason you might? If nothing happened through Opex, I would probably just sell them. I wouldn't roll them at all. I would just sell them and get my money back. People think day trading options is the same as day trading shares. Do they? That's inaccurate. Thoughts on GME leaps? It's an excellent long-term investment strategy. Someone give me the Opex date. Dude, I've given it, I've said the Opex date on the stream like 5,000 times. I've written fucking 50 DDs that cover when it occurs. Is the 100% utilization something you factor in with your strategy with GME? I don't think that data is fully accurate. July 41st. We're front running. We're very bad at it. No shit. It's a decent sized Johnson. 43,000 shares. Oh no. I only sold one and it pulled it back. Hamburger McCheeseburger. Can you read this comment so I know I'm alive? You're alive, Danorama. Congratulations. How many shares in negative delta did the spike the 6th of January? 4.2 million. Royal Mail TV. How do all these Dans afford Kofas? I have no idea. Shouldn't everyone buy options right now since the price is clearly wrong? It's up to them. Each individual investor will make their own decisions based on the information provided to them. Any word on Shiba Meta on Bitmart? I don't give a shit. You ever stop and consider that when you really get down to the nitty gritty, that in fact it turns out to be true that it is what it is? That's on rolling options up. Risky. At the end of this Opex cycle, what becomes the next opportunity for high FTD or other mechanism for price improvement to support future dated call options in the April to June range? May Opex? So we could see a similar increase or around this 14th. Possible, yeah. Mouse over? I'm not seeing it anywhere. Top left corner, Stefan. I front ran myself, got scared, sold, bought back in for a higher price. YOLO'd weeklies, bled my port. I'm doing great. Any chance we see above 180 sometime soon? I hope so. That would be like my high goal for stabilization for this cycle. I think it's a little out of reach, but it'd be nice. Have you ever thought about the fact that we're all figments of your imagination and you highly enjoy taunting yourself subconsciously? No. Yeah, I haven't re-entered yet. I still have all my other March calls. So I have March calls from 100 up through 180. I just don't have my 200s, 220s, or 250s anymore. So I'm rolling these currently. I'm in the process of rolling them. But I have all these. I also have April 200s, which I didn't mean to buy. And then I have Feb 100 and 110 for Feb 18. After Opex, we go down, down again. Unless we go all the way up. Yes. I think every time we have an Opex run, there's an inflection point, right? We run up into a peak, And at that point, we either keep going up and MOASS starts, or we go down and do it again. It's pretty simple, right? You can just buy your cover call back. That's allowed. I don't know. We have more upside today, though. We're doing... I said earlier we were going to, like, kind of dip through the midday. So we're going to see some more upside today, without a doubt. I don't know how much more. It's just kind of like a midday low volume slump. You think they've actually closed any short positions? I don't think they've closed them in any significant quantity. No. And they're gonna always close out nearer term openings before they close out their long term super fucking underwater short position, right? I think they close out what they can as they can, and as they can average, like, whatever at the end of all of this, whatever they can average out, they do. But I don't think it's a very successful tactic. I still think a significant quantity of shares are sold long short, and I think that position is still underwater. A little VUP at 1269, maybe a dash of a run at 222, some big giant fragrant dark pool dumps at 3 p.m. and then 3 tablespoons of Sanjeet at power hour. You've got yourself a pickle stew. Thanks. So if we see ups later today, you think they'll hit it down again for tomorrow, rinse and repeat, so we possibly land at 110 Friday? I mean, as we move up, Max Payne will also move up. So I think they'll try to dump it to whatever Max Payne ends at going into Friday. When little halts on GME. We need volume for that. Burden of proof is on the accuser. I thought you were a PhD. Don't you know how prosecution works? Shh. What was this? What would I front run? What would be the point? Half the people in here have all their fucking money tied up in 5-10 weeklies. What's there to front run? It's not like I'm leading the charge on billions of dollars in free capital. And ridiculous. Front run what? I feel attacked. What are your thoughts on DOJ investigation? Nothing burger, something burger? Who the fuck knows? Like most publicly announced DOJ investigations, probably with the intent of making it look like something's being done when there's really nothing there. I think a lot of governmental enforcement actions kind of just play out to be that. Like, look, we're doing a thing, but they know there's really nothing to do. Is this you accidentally revealed through your Google Analytics that half the people here are Dans? Also, I have no delay on the stream. I keep up a clock so people can see that the stream is delayed by like a fraction of a second. And whatever YouTube's like standard delay is. So like the viewership is like 2 seconds behind me. Maybe 3. The clock isn't 20 minutes fast. It's the same time on your clock. As your clock's 20 minutes fast too then. It's pretty accurate, Trash. Do you think it's possible to hedge in advance for the 14th? Yeah. It's also possible that nothing happens on the 14th. Thoughts on Uber earnings? I don't know. What's your case? Bull, bear? I'll try to poke holes in it if you want me to. Just tell them the truth that you're not actually living in an apartment. And you've been camping in Citadel's server room for the past 3 months to take advantage of latency arbitrage. Shh. Fuck, man. $30 is the time limit, poker. But that's only if you sell at a loss. If you sell it again, you don't have to worry about a wash sale. It's just if you generate a loss. So if you sell March 18 100C at, you know, a negative 10%, and then 5 days later you buy back a March 18 at plus 10%, then you'll get a wash sale at March 18 100. Have you not re-entered yet because you expect a drop? Yep. What's your logic there? Consolidation and the fact that I think the pressure is diminishing. But we'll see. I mean, the more we move up, the more we continue to move up. So, I mean, I'll re-enter either way on Friday, even if I take a loss on it. Uber's making boatloads from Uber Eats, surely. Actually, I don't think any of their platforms are profitable. So no. You'd think they'd make money, but they're really just massively in debt and always in the red. But they're a tech company, so they're not valued on that. They're valued on their future potential. which sucks because they need to automate all their systems and stop paying real people to do their work, which is, you know, kind of the value of the company is built on that notion. What's your guess on the amount of DRS for the upcoming earning? 9 to 11, maybe 9. RSS would literally implode if your green screen fell down and there was a massive server bank behind you. Thoughts on how we can set this up? Thanks, Rybrad. They've got positive earnings, so I think Uber will follow. That's good reasoning. Uber's down right now, so yeah, it's reasonable. Don't forget IV Crush if you're looking at an earnings play, though. If Lyft had good earnings, Uber's IV will spike a little harder because people will be anticipating an upside move. 9/11 is generous. If it 120, what's the next price you're looking to break? 121. There's a pretty solid ramp up to around 148. It starts to get a little diffuse, but kind of like that. So the concentration of calls is higher in this range. But a move up to 150 could promote a concentration of more calls out of the money, right? That's kind of how the ramps happen. You think they'll report the DRS number above the float? What if they just don't report it? What happens then? What percent of DRS shares do you start to take it more seriously? Like if the earnings report comes out and something wild, like 20%, would you think differently about it? No. I'd have to see it like pretty fucking high. Trash. 60 to 80 by the end of the year. It's still like a 2 to 5 year, I would say, maybe 3 to 5 year time frame at current rates. I mean, every once in a while something happens that gets a bunch of people to DRS, like the Fidelity thing or the Apex thing, right? The initial push was very strong, but each of these subsequent pushes will be less impactful, right? As more and more of the majority of people have their shares DRS'd, there's not that many more people to FOMO into it. Long-term holders, or not long-term holders, large shareholders and institutions will never do it. And so, yeah, I expect it to dwindle. And then, you know, the rate will be relatively low over time. What site do you prefer to find MaxPain? I usually just use maxpain.com. It's usually pretty accurate. I think it's more accurate than the Wall Street Bets one. Are you expecting a bad quarter one earnings season? I expect the quarter four earnings to be quite good. It's the holidays and GameStop's a retailer. So Q4 should be nice. Love you, Gurk, for real, dog. Thanks, man. You expecting it to get to 200 again so I can see green? It may take a little while, but at some point, yeah. Are you still anticipating a move up later today? Sorry I've been away and missed anything new in the past couple of hours. Yeah, I think the later half of the day we'll see some more upside. I don't know how much volume we're gonna get. Probably less than yesterday, right? Fewer FTDs due, but I think we're looking good for attaining a slightly higher trend. And then remember, if we close up, that creates more hedging tomorrow, which makes it more difficult for them to, you know, perform their morning short tactics and continues that constant pressure. So upside, we'll get more upside until we kind of reach the threshold of the current call chain, which is around 140, 148. So I think we could slow climb up that high. The potential's there. I don't know if they have an incentive to push the price down right now. I think the market makers are going to want to aim for max pain, but max pain will move up as we move up. You should have left that U drawn on there from an hour ago. It matched almost perfectly. I mean, I predict this shit all the time. It's not new to anyone who's been in here for a while. Check out shift search for XRT. Almost only sold puts. Yeah, I know. If you look at XRT, its current trading price is way the fuck below delta neutral. How do we know that you aren't a witch? Well, I don't know. Burn me anyway. Right? That's the real way to figure it out. Thoughts on Peloton puts for next week expiry? Buying puts on something with it's at like all-time lows is generally not a great strategy. All the puts trade in the last hour or sold on shift search? Bought or sold on shift search? I don't know, man. Who cares? Is it like a lot of them? Doesn't look like very many. 800,000. They look bought. April 115s. Oh wait, 140s. Jan 1924. No idea. OI is not high enough for me to be able to tell. Not enough trades were transacted. It's right at the midpoint, so it could be either or. 50s. Those are bought. 67s. I think those are sold. So January 130, 67s look sold. 150s look bought. 140s, hard to say. April 14th, 15s. Those are probably sold. It's done after every day. It's done during every day. It's done all the time. But if we close up, then additional hedging has to be done into market open the next day, right? Because of the overnight risk. So that creates a risk of arbitrage on the market maker side, and they don't want that, and that's why they tend to get their hedging done. If we close up, they will hedge in after hours or at market open. Is it viable to swing trade a stock way over or under delta? Is that just the same. Well, under delta neutral would imply that the delta pressure is negative, or that the price is trading negative to where the options market is valuing it. So, yeah, it's probably a strategy. Can you make focus about ramp today? How would you trade options on XRT? I don't know. I bought some more this morning. I sold the ones I bought the day before yesterday because they were way up. And then I bought some this morning that are now up. I'm not sure what I want to do with them. Eventually they're going to pull XRT off reg show. When they do, it usually runs pretty hard, but I think XRT might have some downside a little bit before that happens. Have you seen official Cirrus DD? He mentioned Yelio was kind of indicating that XRT has a little bit of downside before it can move up again. He mentioned the same price zones like 128, 148 with possible rejections back to 109, 110 before hitting at least 128. That sounds about accurate. I mean, yeah. I mean, obviously, like, if it confirms my DD, like, that's just 2 points of confirmation, right? Which reinforces expectations. I know you're tempering our expectations, but the data keeps pouring in. It seems to strongly indicate that the market is preparing for a significant move to the upside. Am I missing something? No, it's just that may not be realized. You have to, you should always assume the worst, right? Like, you can look at the best case scenario, but you also have to look at the worst case scenario. And usually the truth lies somewhere in between. Where do you think they're not using in the money puts to drive the price down yesterday and today? They are. Even if the MM has obligations to cover the short, hedge funds can still use them. Thanks. Yeah, they are. They're absolutely buying in the money puts today, Edward. The effect of them isn't as realized because there's upward pressure, right? So if we have buy pressure and they're buying in the money puts, it's just stabilization, right? If we have no buy pressure and they buy in the money puts, the price goes down. And if buy pressure outweighs the pressure of the in the money puts, we go up. Other Waves guy has predicted 7 of the last 0 MOASSes. Monthly pennant in play? Sure. If you want to draw a big triangle over the price action, why not? How much will I be increasing, assuming the stock price goes up, affect profit of my near the money April calls? Not as much, not as greatly as they would affect out of the money calls. But the reduction in risk comes with, you know, a reduction in profit potential, right? Higher risk, higher potential. What happens on the 14th again? We don't know. It's an unexpected movement in negative delta in the data, and I don't really know how the stock is going to react to it. It's not something we've seen before. Something else in the Louvre that needs your approval? I tag you. Ooh, Turd sent me something too. God damn it. That's beautiful. Average Joe. Can I use that as a stream card? Here's live trades today. You should be dark pool for today, Turd. I'm kind of curious. I wonder if utilization's down. Is there any data showing them spending more money on in the money, near the money puts when their delta sensitivity is high? I mean, they short the fuck out of the stock when the delta sensitivity goes up. They're very afraid of that. It's obvious. You can look at the price reaction to every spike in delta sensitivity over the last 3 months, and we've had many, right? Because retail keeps buying far dated calls, and so even if they defeat the sensitivity spike in the near term, it just spikes again. Our delta sensitivity spikes have also been higher than they have ever been historically, and so you know they kind of short it into each one of these. And then eventually, you know, delta sensitivity is going to start to climb back up and they're not going to be able to short anymore. Because nobody can dodge that forever. It's a squeeze, right? That's how you squeeze. Squeezing 101. See, I think there's a legitimate group of people that think that options cause or do harm or cause harm. But and then that the information about them should be withheld. And I think that's false. I don't think information should be withheld from anybody to protect them. I think information should be freely given, and what someone does with it and the consequences of that are their choice. It's almost like when you want to get toothpaste out of a tube, you need to apply pressure and not just stare at it, expecting it to squeeze itself. And you know, there's that argument that like money lost on options could have gone to buying more shares, right? But that's counterintuitive to the idea that we own 3x of the float, right? If we own 3 times the float, why the fuck would we buy more fake shares? Right? Like, couldn't our capital be better used elsewhere? This doesn't make any sense to me. Like, oh, buy more because, but we already, supposedly, we fucking own it all already, right? Why would we buy more if we already own 100%? $4x the float better than 3x? Instructions unclear, boofed a tube of toothpaste. Well, Yeah, they would just obfuscate it. I mean, 13Fs are essentially just devoid of real data. Maybe if I DRS my toothpaste, it will squeeze itself. You could try. Doesn't DRS simply prove we own it if we get 100%? Sure, but everyone already knows that. So proving something that is already known seems like a pointless endeavor to me. Don't challenge my doublethink. It's scary to acknowledge some of the talking points might be contradictory. Okay, thanks. People used to think that buying an IEX would have some effect. People have thought a lot of shit throughout all of this. They have thought Bastille Day and tweets and vote counts, and most of it, no, nay, all of it has been complete bullshit. So why would I not look at DRS in the same lens? Oh my god, I forgot about Bastille Day. You can't use an NFT as a dividend. You can, I think you can tokenize one and use the token as a dividend. Also, DRS exposes positions to some extent. They can guesstimate how many shares are in diamond hands. Elon Musk tweet was the only thing that helped drive the price. RC didn't tell us to DRS. That's what I posed to you. RC has said nothing about DRS. Not only is he legally not allowed to, but has also just not mentioned it at all. I remember him saying buckle up, not DRS your shares. Just salty none of your DD can compare to the uncovered genius of Bastille Day. Part of DS that I personally find most important is the vehement supporters seem inherently emotional. So them locking their shares in CS helps decrease the possibility of them selling emotionally. Have you noticed none of the DRS people mention DFE anymore? No. I don't think there's harm in DRS. I think that's an idea about me that's very misconstrued. I don't see the purpose of it. I don't think it hurts anything. Didn't we already determine that DFE can make $30,000 a week selling $100 out of the money options? Yes. This is why nobody with like fucking 5x shares is ever going to DRS. I don't even sell fucking covered calls, but I like having the ability to do so if I wanted to. There's no dividend on the stock. So if you're in a growth stock and there's no dividend, the correct thing to do would be to sell covered calls on your position. That way you get paid for holding. I don't care how it makes them feel. I'm not going to support it based off it makes people feel good. All the options you see are DFE's covered calls. DFE was an obvious hedgy shill trying to divert our attention from DRS. That's a bold statement, Ghost of Dan. So we should all be like Moonwind? Yeah, but not really, really super bad at selling covered calls, like hedged covered calls positions that you can pull back if you fear a shift in the underlying without risking your entire position every week for a nominal amount of money. Sorry, Moon. Yeah, but if you sell CCs on the stock, the upside is you get paid. The downside is all of us bully you every Friday and hope you get assigned. That's fair. No, it's not. VW squeeze was because they locked the liquidity of the stock. Mostly through options. They didn't fucking DRS it. There was no DRS in the Volkswagen squeeze. The Volkswagen squeeze was an aggressive short squeeze facilitated by Porsche intentionally. You can read plenty about it. There's lots of information on it. The dude DRS'd 28,800 shares yesterday or this morning. Mistakes Money is this username on Reddit if you want to check it out. It's stupid. Also, just like probably not fucking real. Anytime I see a DRS of 5x shares, I just assume it's fucking fake. Karma farming. All of the videos can be faked. The letters can be faked. So how do we know it's real or not? We don't until we get the count next quarter. That's all that matters, right? VW squeeze happened because they announced ownership. No, the VW squeeze happened because the shorts were fucked and there was no more stock to buy. It's not because they announced ownership. That's called a hostile takeover, not direct registration. There's no DRS involved in that scenario. First of all, Porsche had 30% of the float in options. Options don't even represent ownership. They represent the right to ownership. So they didn't even own 100% of the float, technically, but they had the right to own it. DRS one share and post it to Supersonic. Never. I have a DRS account too. I could just buy one there. It'd take me like 5 minutes. Porsche sold. Porsche sold to the short sellers. I'm new here. You're not a big fan of DRS? No, not really. No problem. Don't mind answering. BKKT. I think I looked at this the other day. It's got a lot of resistance to the upside. It could just grow with crypto. I don't think it's gonna see its previous valuations anytime soon. I would say there's some pretty hard resistance around $10. It might not be a terrible play. I don't really know much about it otherwise. It's got a nice small float, so should be volatile. Why don't you like DRS? I don't think it does anything. If you finally succumb to the DRS people, they would just find another issue to attack you with. I know. No, they won't. If I DRS'd one share, they would find it offensive. You have to understand, it's all or nothing, and I'll never do either. Well, I'll never do all. Jordan, if you think it's beneficial, go ahead and do it. I don't care what you do with your investment. Just like nobody should care what I do with mine. And if I don't agree what you do with your investment, why do you give a shit? If you were like, I don't like you doing this, do you think I'd fucking care? Trim bath's fine. I don't have any problem with trim bath. She doesn't have the same goals as the people that support DRS do for the same reasons, but assuming the worst would incentivize people to sell covered calls. It may mess. How does selling covered calls mess anything up? It doesn't have any effect. It's already a hedged position. DRS half a share even? I'll unsubscribe, unwatch, unlearn. XRT short interest, 1300%. Cool. XRT short interest. There's a website that reports the daily short interest for ETFs. Can't remember what it's called. Just look up XRT short interest. It'll be like the top result. I don't drink either of those coffees because they import them and they're stale. It depends on the mood. Sometimes a ristretto is nice. Your jitted mentality on XRT being 1300% short interest is a flex in and of itself. I mean, I've got 50 call options on XRT, so cool. Ooh, dark pool. Dark pool very high today. Interesting. Huh. That would infer that there are far more FTDs to cover today than I thought. They might do big up. Curious. That's very exciting. What am I looking for here, Average Joe? Is it just in shit posting? Or specific? Oh. Move? Yeah, XRT 1200% SI. With SLD, do you expect VIC to go up steadily throughout the 16th through 25th? Or has the price action been compressed in 1 or 2 days historically? Usually there's one big drop where the VIX really spikes, Mr. PB Pants. Do you like living in New York? It's fine. Retail probably is going to lit exchanges. They just don't fucking buy anything. There's a lot of discrepancies in all these theses. And bias. A few weeks ago, Super Stonk was celebrating getting Trimbass book high up in audiobook sales. Meanwhile, Gert gets trolled with $3 and he's the enemy. Sounds about right. Do you like living in New York? Answered that. Is it true to say there are different participants, short side using different and maybe opposing techniques to control price? Or you think it's more coordinated than that? I think it's more coordinated than that. It's possible that there are positions with different interests. I think there are short positions. I think there's volatility positions. I wouldn't be certain that those two are acting together, because long volatility positions don't really have the same interests as short sellers would. A short seller would have the same interest as a short volatility position. And so I do think they're opposed in some regards. And I think on both sides there's manipulation of the price. I mean, everyone's like surprised about XRT short interest being so high, but like we know this, right? We expect these things. We've talked about them for months, about how they're going to jam themselves into this shitty little corner and have no way out. Just weird that it's happening. About T+3, Paris. I always see 2 shares bought on XRT at 8 a.m. in the pre-market at 89.50. I have no idea, but I hope maybe it just gapped up. There may not have been an ask. Pre-market's very illiquid. It's possible. Also, XRT doesn't really trade a lot overnight. So ETFs can't really short squeeze, but they can run really hard as they clear out short positions. So it's like a short squeeze, except limited in its potential because of the unlimited liquidity in an ETF. XRT has squoze in the past, but it's not a real squeeze. If I have a call option and I sell it and then I use those funds to buy another, if say I sell before the money settles, am I banned from trading for 90 days? It seems the one I just bought, right? So yeah, if you sell an option, you're not banned from trading for 90 days. You have to get multiple warnings. But if you sell an option and then before the funds settle, buy an option, you cannot sell this one that you bought until the funds settle. Options settle in T+1. So usually the next trading day. I threw a bunch of bucks into XRT. And also, I mean, if nothing else, their desperation to short through ETFs when they could just borrow shares indicates that the pool of available shares is very low. Comparably, right? I mean, if there was this massive float and all the brokers were lending out everybody's shares, they would have no problem just constantly dipping into that share lending pool. Right? Because there was just tons of liquidity there and they can just go at it and they don't have to deal with all these, you know, can kicking problems that they face with ETF share creation. So the fact that their go-to is to create their ETFs instead of just using the available lending pool indicates to me that there's not that many shares available and that most brokers are not lending people shares out. Any major concerns on underlying value of Tesla? I mean, I don't think it's worth what it's trading at. Dropping while selling March calls. Any major concern the underlying value of Tesla dropping while selling March calls? I mean, I think Tesla's overvalued, but I don't think the market's like crashing near term or anything. You can just, I mean, usually people who sell calls on Tesla usually just sell weeklies because they're so valuable. I have 90s and 85s for March 18th. I had them for Feb yesterday and I sold those, and today I bought into March 18s. I have 20 of these and 30 of these. Super bullish consolidation. Does XRT seem to move much when the meme stocks go up? It does. We went up yesterday. XRT went up quite a bit yesterday. They're pretty correlated. Can you say that again, but in a whisper? Which? What if it's just cheaper to short through XRT? It's not, though. It's free to short GameStop, essentially. And the rebate, if they use cash, a big part of it is they don't want to become obligated to the lending houses, right? Lending houses can recall their shares, whereas XRT cannot. The second big reason is that there aren't that many shares available to borrow, and spiking the borrow rate on GameStop significantly is a very attractive signal to other large institutions to fuck up their process of covering FTDs. So instead of revealing their position by borrowing through the lending pool, they'd much rather use the ETF, where sometimes they can get their shares for cheaper. Do you think will happen this week? We'll get shorted down to max pain or run due to big dicks and them already entering entropy swaps? We'll see. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know if they found a counterparty or if they'll even find one. Hopefully they don't, right? If DP volume is high today, why do you suspect big ups? Aren't those internalizing via DP? Hence the price action is stagnant. Yeah, but most dark pools print same day. So I think if we're seeing a large amount of internalization going on right now, that means that there's probably or likely a large amount of FTDs due, which should sustain some more upside price action throughout the rest of the day. we're already kind of resistant to the puts they're buying, right? So, you know, this consistent uptrend that we see throughout the day is indicative that buy pressure is outweighing sell pressure. Buy pressure up, sell pressure is down, which means that there will like, this is like upwards consolidation, and normally this is a bearish thing, right? Because it means that buy pressure is dying off.
But in this instance, I think what we're seeing is that the buy pressure from FTDs is actually quite high. And based on the in the money puts they're buying, they're unable to sustain a stable price through which to cover. And so when this happens, it generally leads to more increases in price. Well, that's not true, because some idiot may want to hedge their position against the price running. Mario. Swaps are all about hedging big stuff, right? And so, you know, if their goal is to sell a long, like a positive, or to be positive, have positive exposure to gamma and be neutral to volatility, somebody else may want to be long volatility but with negative gamma, right? And so, you know, there's always a counterparty. It just may be that they don't want to take their swaps. Deeper than when he puts sold again today. I'm sorry to hear that. About your friend Rafson. You better hope we don't get shorted to Maxpain. One guy on SS said if we end up at Maxpain again, he's going to consider you a shill. But Maxpain's always moving up. Stupid. If we hold above 120 for a few days, gamma ramp? I mean, if we keep going up, possibly. It's not so much about holding above 120. It's more about continuous upside movement. If they don't find an entropy swap, what do you think might happen? Well, then their short volatility positions would be exposed to a potential run up, which could cause a Volga-Vana squeeze. Like last January. They likely didn't have an entropy swap in place last January, and so they had to heavily hedge their volatility positions, which led to the massive influx of call and put buying that we saw occur, which leads to lots and lots and lots of hedging, which drives shitloads of volume and creates massive amounts of volatility. Volga-Vana, derivatives of Vega. Secondary Greeks. RC's not buying any of the stock. Relax. He already owns 9 million shares. It's very unlikely he's just going to purchase it at market. That'd be like $600 million. It'd be dope if he did, but highly, highly unlikely. It'd be a terrible move. He already owns the company. You were extra educational today. I'm extra educational every day, and I'm just jacked up on some good DD. I didn't have to write it, which was awesome. Jan 24th to 2/9 is accumulation. I would say there's a lot of accumulation going on XRT right now. I think a lot of that accumulation is from the short side, but who cares, right? Remember what TFE said? Shorts are just future buyers. What would the weekly income be for RC if he sold covered calls? He can't. That should be mentioned, but it would be a lot. Are you or the quant team going to post any options DD to Wall Street bets? Not gonna waste your time with them. No, they still see it. They look. Don't fool yourself. Hi-Fi's jacked on good DD, but hoping for us to reach 180. But it's a reasonable expectation. We have experienced lots of resistance. I mean, that's just a technical upside. Like, that's like a cap. GameStop frequently defies its technicals on runs, but I mean, if I'm trying to define where it could end up, yeah. Obviously, I'm going to look to the strongest points of resistance, 180 being one of them. Also, the options chain doesn't indicate we have a lot of momentum after 148. So it's reasonable to consider that, you know, 150 to 180 is a range that we could see the price trading in. Really confusing me to say all this talk about Greek, vice versa. Can you talk about dinner or good ramen? I really want some good ramen. Freshest DD was really great. We demand hopium only. That's pretty fucking good, right? Like $60 price increase. I'd rather be trading at fucking 180 for the next 3 months than 100. This has never not been a battle of 180. That's not true, actually. There's been a couple times where we just smashed right through 180. You're not new here, and you know exactly when Opex is. Late to the stream today. Took profits on March 120s this morning, assuming we get crushed before the 14th. Clearly, I was wrong. They've not shorted today, or is the buy pressure too high? It looks like buy pressure is pretty high. We continue to trend up. So I think we have some more upside today. Some of this could also be from hedging from yesterday as well, because we went up 13% yesterday. So, you know, if today's a little more stable, that could mean maybe a little more downside tomorrow or the following day. But we may just kind of stagnate here up through into next week. I mean, I think people are missing out on the fact that they have run the tank dry, pushing the stock down. They have really pulled out all the stops and slammed it into the fucking ground and failed to get us below 100 for more than a brief intraday period. They're running out of the ability to do this. I've been saying this for 2 months, and now people are realizing it and they're afraid. And don't be. This is what we want to see. No Burry tweet. Fake news. These are going to be the best clips since November. What clips? Oh, coming up. But, purple circle, something. Yeah. I mean, I think ultimately everybody is in this play because they want to make money. And I think sometimes people are desperate for that. And that might lead to, you know, a lot of forms of bias. But ultimately, you know, if it goes up, people will say it's because of options, or people will say it's because of DRS. But in the end, who gives a shit? It went up, right? Like if MOASS happens, who the fuck cares what caused it? Who cares what each person individually thinks is the reason? You can buy shares of XRT. I mean, I'll care, but that's me. I probably care more about. Ooh. I fucking like that. I like number 2. Number 2 is dope. We draw a line from the top on the daily. Could we state that above this line, the price for failed margin call? No, because we don't know where that is. What is Opex? God damn son of a bitch. Stop trying to get me to draw triangles as we break out of them. Actually, have we? Yeah, we have. What's the theory behind your snap call? I was hoping it would continue up. It didn't. Well, technically, it still could, but it's very unlikely that it will. Just an out of the money YOLO. Can you tell me the price of Jimmy on June 15th, 2023 at 1:30 p.m.? I need you to be 100% accurate or you're a shill. Yeah, XRT, short interest, very high. Awesome. Big cool. Hey, do we have more info on the 4 million GME shares that are allegedly due Feb 14th? Nope. We don't even know what effect those will have on the price action. We don't know what they were used for, right? We just know that there was an extensive amount of negative gamma exercised on 1.6, and that likely led to the subsequent after hours price action. %100% utilization. It's like you say these things, but they're not. It's probably not accurate. It's 100% utilization of the shares they have visibility over. IBKR has 500,000 shares available, so obviously some are available. Not 100% utilization. Is XRT trade restricted on anything other than IBKR? I don't know. I have XRT on IBKR right now. I'm looking at it. Oh, like you can't buy it right now? It's not letting you buy it? Maybe it's going to squeeze. XRT gapping? It does that a lot. Oh, it just depends on how much operational shorting goes on, Stefan. Says it's trade restricted for retail, but not large institutions. That's shitty. Is it options or shares? You try to buy shares? Cutting you out of the squeeze. Frog Dongs, thank you so much. Oh, I guess you didn't have anything to say. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Size of that Johnson didn't impress me much. I think it's more about what happens, what resistances the Johnson breaks than really the size of it, Elena. If this is the Johnson that starts MOASS, it's the most important one of all. It's not, though, unfortunately. It's just a disappointment. Jonathan Parker, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the Dillionaires Country Club after the stream.
Happy birthday, Gurk.
Check Discord. Where? Which part? This part? Why did it do that to me? What the fuck is this? What day is this? When did this happen? It's always been XRT. Ever since you showed me that goddamn paper. I mean, the size of your position doesn't matter if you're just going to flop it around and paper hand it, right? Would inhibitions be an appropriate synonym for resistance when talking about Johnsons? Maybe? And that's fine, D-Ape. You can love both. Check your telegraph. Shit. See, New York is removing all mask and vax mandates on Thursday. Did I survive another round? Awesome. Matt Kors, hey Gurk, because they're letting the price run, do you think they've set up their entropy swap already? Maybe, or they just can't stop the price from running. I would say that they're still trying to suppress the price, and that indicates that no, an entropy swap position has not been entered yet. Do you know if XRT is restricted elsewhere other than IBKR? Damn. What's it trading at? How am I not getting a fill? I just bought a share of it. It's right there. I'll buy some 95. Cool. Barry just tweeted, are these stocks heavily manipulated? GME, AMC, Tesla. Okay. How do you feel that XRT SI is almost 1,300%? Happy? Yeah. Have you noticed the amounts of accounts that post the exact same thing in the chat directly after each other? I think the shills are duplicating accounts. Maybe. Short interest report is out. Up to almost 11 million GME. Cool. That seems like a bunch. What are you planning to do with your attendees post MOASS? I don't know. We continue to rise in price after 3:10 p.m. FTD time. We think it's more likely they can't stop or won't stop GameStop. Thanks, Hannibal. I would say it's more likely that they can't stop, but also very likely that GameStop won't stop. God, I miss the Chappelle show. What's the highest SI we've seen for XRT? Does it? I think 900% is the highest I've ever seen on it. So 1,300% is impressive historically. Are you winning? I'm doing well for myself, Alex. Thanks for asking. Will you retire after MOASS? I would like to. I've been on this earth a long time and I'm tired of it. So, yeah. Try to just be very far away from people while also living amongst a lot of them. Penthouse. That's the solution. Fifth Avenue penthouse. That way, I'm not close to a lot of people, but they are around me, should I need them. I'm not 45, Tuna. Fuck you. RC should probably use this opportunity to tweet something about a penis. New York is too dangerous a place, as the Russians can just wipe out the whole East Coast with one Poseidon nuclear torpedo. See, based on your previous statements today, I see you as the type of person that would consider that possibility. You can't have my school books. They're my most valuable asset. One of my fucking textbooks cost $780. What kind of bullshit is that? It's not even a nice book. It's not even well bound. Like, if I'm spending $750 on a fucking book, I want it encased in like the finest unicorn leather and gilded. Nope. Still feeling great about March calls. Buying more snake whips. I thought I told you that we won't stop. I thought I told you, aha, I'm rich, biatch, Hong Kong. Congratulations, Subway Cup. That's amazing. If you were offered an Entropy swap and turn them down, would you run the price? I already answered that. That's silly. That's a silly statement. Did you just start university or something? No, I'm in a master's program. You should have asked for assistance. You don't think I know how to scour the internet for free books, Trash Dan? This book, specifically written by my professor for this semester only. Yeah, I'm getting a master's in DD and YouTube streaming. It's a really innovative program. I'm excited to be a part of it. Why sell covered calls when you can have a captive audience to show your book to you for $800 a pop? You know, ironically, I have some stock in Computer Share already. Not GameStop, but other stock. Well, The other stock that I have in there just ended up in there against my will. Now you're just rubbing it in. I know. I can't help but do that, though. Salt in the wound and all. What if I just buy some computer share? They seem to have convinced a bunch of people about their great business model. Seems like a good company to invest in. Fuck shills, fuck short hedge funds, fuck Dan's, love PiFi. Also, is it possible that it's more than likely ever for B when was more after? In other words, does shares cost same like puts? No. Puts, well, yes. Yes, shares same like options. Options same like shares. Smooth as glass. Check your DMs. Can I get your opinion real quick? Of course. I like the eyeballs. I don't know if I like this, I don't know which direction I like the eyeballs in. I don't like the no eyeballs because it looks very Halloween-y. I like the left, stage left eyeballs. Stage left eyeballs are nice. Those shares from your BlackRock employee stock options? No. I mean, theoretically, Popcorn Trader, I'm sure you could find a computer share office and just tie your goat up in their parking lot. And then tell people it's DRS. I mean, it's not like the DTC is going to be able to get to your goat. If you can read this, I'm stuck in the obligations warehouse. Please send food, water, and goats. What would constitute definitive over if no squeeze? GameStop turns around and becomes a successful company? Carl, same as secure? Not even close. Carl, you're only the number 3 donor. I mean, you're getting beat by a Dan. Okay, Popcorn Trader, DMing me the word penis is not important. Is it common for a stock or ETF to be trade restricted? Absolutely not. Which TA program you use? Program? I do it manually with a chalkboard. I draw the stock's movements for the day. And then little lines around it. Are you asking what this is? This is WeBull. There's a link in the description. Don't hold your GameStop shares there. It's an Apex brokerage. Or do if you want to, but know the risk. Did you end up getting out of those leaps you bought last week to fuck Moon went over? Basically. Wow. Okay. Sometimes you need put in your place, Carl. Your hammer gets a little bigger than your hand. Obligations warehouse, same like Costco membership, similar in that you pay to get in both. How do you do fellow picklers? I'm new here and I was wondering if XRT is same like free shares. Thanks again. XRT same like fake shares. Do you use a protractor? Like one of the big chalkboard ones though. And just like that, Carl never posted a link again. It's okay, Carl. I'll bring you some beard oil later. If the entire market was squeezing right now, total MOASS, and you can only buy 2 stocks before liftoff, which 2 would they be? Don't say CAT or AMC. Burke A? And... TQQQ, maybe? Some like bull 3x ETF. I want the eyes to go like this, trash can, not like this. Hazeloff, thank you for becoming a Cornishon, man. Appreciate it. Oh, Reddit's down? Oh no. No, it doesn't. Idaho beef. Would you hold leaps and deepen the money? And what was your reasoning for getting out of yours? Oh, I would. I got out of them because I bought them with a ton of margin and I didn't want to carry it. Hey, Greg, do we have more info on 4 million GME shares that are allegedly due on Feb 14th? No. Just that they're allegedly due. Maybe. It's really like an aberration. It's not something that we've come across before, so we don't really know the effect it'll have. You didn't say GME, you shill. What? I mean, everything's squeezing, right? Like market-wide MOASS. Is there a 3x retail ETF? I buy that. What do you anticipate as far as Jimmy price action for the rest of the week? It's going to be a day by day thing, man. We're up 5% today. We could go up higher even. Is it possible the MOASS thesis is a distraction to keep people from remembering that Peloton kills babies? Possibly. But I don't think anybody's forgotten. People know. I saw a news article about it yesterday. Is XRT trade restricted on IBKR for you? I don't know. I just bought on here. I didn't have a problem. Call IBKR. See if it's just like an issue on their end. Damn, Zakir's wife silencing Moonwind. Can you look at AMD test or 135 coming this week? It looks good. It already broke back up into its trend, so yeah, 130, 137, 138 looks pretty solid. What a lovely green day. It wasn't Carl, it was Akira's wife. She hammered you good, dude. Get wrecked. How much money have you made from GME so far? A very comfortable amount, Keith. Can you give me $1? No. What do you need it for? Don't listen to his lies. He can't even afford a chair. It's true. I'm cash poor, Gordon Ramsay. Very cash poor. What crypto do you like and why? HNT, because it keeps going up. And that's it. Where's all that pigeon well money going? Oh, I just use that to pay for the pigeon well breeding program. You aren't cash poor. You make dozens of dollars a week from YouTube. It's actually like more. I make like 2,000 a week before YouTube takes money out. So like 1,600. $200 a week isn't really that much in New York, right? Yeah, it's not. But I have another job, so. Power of Hour about to be litty titties. Amazing Viwapopotamus. Well, that's before taxes. Make that 1,605 this week. I am MOASS. Thank you so much, Rhino. If puts cost same like shares, that mean your puts on Dan's means you're long Dan's? No. Thanks, Justin. What's that EBITDA like? It's not great. What kind of job you have sitting here 24/7 teaching us? It's not 24/7. Yeah, XRT, SI, hi. Would you like me to put the restricted trading message screenshot in your Discord or something? Or is it not that big of a deal? I don't know if it's that big of a deal. It's interesting that they've done that, but did you call them and just find out if it's like a glitch or something? I mean, enough people are talking about it. That's obviously a thing. Sausage or hot dog? Sausage. It's okay, Garrick. We know you're poor. After all, you got kicked out of that last apartment for not paying the electric bill. I don't think you get kicked out of an apartment for not paying the electric bill. How far out XRT calls? I bought all of mine in March. What kind of sausage? That's an interesting question. I don't know. I like Italian sausage. Spicy. You know what I actually had the other day that was pretty good was it was like a kielbasa place. And they grill the kielbasa and then they have like this I don't know, some sort of cabbage shit that they put it in. That was good. What's your thoughts on in-game NFTs? Hitting 30 kills in a Warzone game unlocks an NFT skin that you can wear or trade on Jamie's new marketplace for crypto, free for makers, and provide incentive for gamers. Cool. Yo, it's Gherk, isn't it? I mean, I think it's a viable business model. You ever eat salad with your hands? Maybe. I just spent $95. What? I think they're low on the ability to suppress it any longer. They're trying to suppress it today. They're just not succeeding. Are stocks heavily manipulated? Tesla, AMC, Jimmy. Birdie's just trying to stir shit up with the SEC again, or be right about something. That's all his motivation. I've been, but why chav girls? I don't know. Curious. Do you ever use WWV indicator for momentum trades? Nope. My first ever donation to a YouTuber. You deserve it, sir. Thank you so much, Ash. I appreciate that, man. So today we're seeing a little FTD covering. Based on the shares available to borrow this morning, a little bit of short covering, not a lot. And we're seeing some hedging from yesterday, from the 13% increase in price yesterday. So all of these factors, they're trying to suppress this within the money puts. They're failing, as you can see. So buy pressure is exceeding their ability to pressure the stock down. So the stock is climbing. Did you get like Kielbasa at Little Poland? I don't know the fuck the place was called. It's just like a place, and I have kielbasa. I walked past it, and I got. I don't even remember what street it was on. But it was tasty. It was like garlicky. It was like very nicely grilled, and they sliced it so it had more surface area. Salty, but good. There was some apple and cabbage mixture. Why is the price going up? Dip machine broke. Do you use the trust me bro indicator? It's really the best one. Look at this massive intraday. This is fucking bullish. You want to see some bullish shit? This is some bullish technical analysis right here. Just delete this crap. This? VOP. This is called an ascending triangle. It's a continuation pattern. And I like it. There's no cup and handle. Quiet. Do TA on BBIG? Sure. Do I even have it on my watch list anywhere? Yeah, let me spend some of my time doing that. Buy a stock that costs money. It's called WeBull. There's a link in the description. Next to AMC. That man had a family. Well, he's been asking me about BBIG all day. He pushed the line. I don't know. Believe me, nothing I do here is in the interest of attaining or keeping more viewers. Are you secretly really excited but don't want to hype us up? Why would I ever be like that or do those things? Don't worry, my family don't like me anyway. Well, we do. I know, I don't think it's a good play. The shorts have a little too much control there. It's a very cheap stock with way too much institutional interest. Be careful, most of the runs on it are just them selling their massive accumulation into retail buy pressure. It's a trap. Bait and switch? No, pump and dump. Both. It's a bait and pump. I've never had a crystal burger. I drove past one once and I was like, I've heard about those. I should try one. And then I didn't. Did you take your rowing break? I didn't. I've just been sitting here this whole time. Don't tell my doctor. He doesn't like me. He really doesn't like me. Tears and a slow queen wave. What? Would you sell your March calls breaking even to buy back later? I already did that. Well, some of them, but not all of them. Just the out of the money ones. I've had White Castle, unfortunately. No, I won't. In and outs, okay. Pi-Fi, here's to bait and pumping to $200 end of week. So what's our DN line? It was still down at 96 this morning, but massive options interest coming in yesterday and today, so we'll see. What do I think of SLGG? I mean, do I think GameStop's gonna buy it? No. Does it have any other potential value? I don't think so. Bag holding it? Be honest. Any interesting TA on the SPY? It's gonna test 450 or 460 today or tomorrow. What's Freddy's? Why do you only have one XRT? Oh, someone asked me if I could buy it. So I did. Now I have it. I mean, technically, by buying XRT, didn't I buy some AMC? Isn't AMC in there? I don't know. Super informative, very easily digested. Looking forward to future stuff on the channel. Awesome work. Thanks, man. Appreciate that. No, I'm not your personal TA assistant. If you want to learn to do TA on a stock, go do it. I'm not going to sit here and just look up every ticker people type in chat. This bitchin' uptrend. This is what I like to see in my stocks. 6% daily growth. Who was here long enough for that? How much coke do you think Jim Cramer has done in his life? Enough. Growth, same like shares. Yeah. Tesla, same like Rivian. Yep, they're both shit. Do you think hedge funds doing drugs? Probably, but not as much as you, Smooth. What am I responding to, Moon? You're not going to get exercised on a fucking Wednesday. What are you scared of? If I have a cash from assignment on my account on Monday, I'm only really losing on price action between 120 where we close Friday, right? Yeah, potentially. Can't you buy them back? Just sell cash secured put at 120. Use premium to buy same like shares. Ah. And at least the IV crushed a little bit today. But yeah, that would be the downside. Do 1 DETs lose theta overnight? Some. Theta's a constant, JC. So today looks like massive FTDs as per your TA charts. I think it looks more like large FTDs per my TA charts. It's just IV goes up or it gets crushed. Generally, IV crush refers to when IV goes from a point where it's very high very quickly to a point where it's low. Only just tuned in. Opinion on near 1300% short interest on XRT. Yeah, I covered it a bunch. It's good. Bullish. Super fucking bullish. I'm stoked. It's the highest I think I've ever seen it historically. Is it 310 yet? How long did it take you to learn about the market and the bullshit that's going on? I mean, some of it I knew before all of this started. A lot I've learned since. Um, Obviously, a lot of the shit going on with GameStop now is not stuff I cared about previously. I don't know. Years and years and years. Lots of years. Was VWAP a fad? No, it never goes out of style. Is CNS going on all day? It does. It goes on at night, and then it goes on all day. Sell options end of day before CPI data drops. Market massive tomorrow? What if it's good? Forecast of tomorrow inflation data? No idea. I know some of the shipping issues have cleared up. It could be a little better than last month, but we'll see. I haven't been paying that much attention to like broader economic factors right now. I think you'll see at least a leveling off or a downtick of inflation. In your opinion, do you believe the real short interest of GME is in the thousands? I mean, no. The thousands of percent? It's a bit ridiculous. Is it possible? Sure. At the end of your large FTD chart, does it just ping up at the end? That's the idea. Why is XRT getting shorted so hard? They need shares. A reasonable expectation for SI is probably close to the 113% we saw pop up as a glitch. Agree? I would say it'd be higher than that given the amount of operational like shorting done through puts over the last like 2 months. Really not borrowing today to short us down. I mean, we're getting shorted right now. Moonwind's about to be saved. Would you please look at a firm and tell me if you personally would prefer to hold 75 weeklies or 70 weeklies overnight into earnings day tomorrow? Their fucking last earnings didn't go so well. Their 70s would probably have reduced IV. I'd want to avoid, more than anything, I'd want to avoid the IV crush. We want to see if delta sensitivity, I don't know yet. We do want to see delta neutral start to move up. Why is XRT showing less shares of Jimmy than in the past? Maybe they sold some? I don't know. They're now shorting XRT along with GME. I suspect no, the market's just coming down. Pretty hard, actually. Call or put buying. FX hedge, moon soon. Cool. Power hour song?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Sending Dorito of wealth? That's not a thing. What is up with these people on? What people? That looks awesome. That's dope as fuck, Trash. We're not people, we're bots. I'm confused. I wrote a DD about options, and I've been bombarded with DRS questions all day. That's very odd, JFresh. I wonder why that would be. Did you write about DRS in your DD? I directed questions at you regarding things like, you know, your methodology, or if anybody wanted to, you know, check your math. I don't remember anything about DRS. I'm sure hedge funds are coming from Moonwind. Just why not DRS, and how do I buy an option? Welcome to my life. I'm glad, if even just for this brief moment, JFresh, that you're able to experience what I experience all day, every day. And I think, much like me, you feel a compulsion to answer. Is this a real tweet? I'm just gonna believe it's a real tweet, Average Joe. It looks real to me. Is this real, guys? No. Looked real to me. You back on them custom nuts? No, peanut butter filled pretzels. Guys, look. CNS is closed. What if they just did all the long FTDs at the end? Since everything's super shilly and fuddy in here, do you guys want to hear my super tinfoil theory on DRS? No? So I think DRS was born of a natural organic movement among apes. Between August and October is really when it took off. It was mentioned long before this, but it never really got any traction. And I think DRS has now been weaponized not only as a way to divide sentiment and deny knowledge, but because it does something really beneficial for short hedge funds in the cycle that we're in by driving illiquidity for not necessarily for the shorts, but anybody long volatility on GameStop. It makes it very easy for them to drop the price quickly. And then it also makes sure that when the price moves up, it moves up rapidly as well, right? And so it takes very little shares to affect these price changes. And if you're long volatility and you're holding leveraged volatility positions, you can greatly exemplify the gains from these down and up runs. And so by driving illiquidity in the underlying, you make it much easier to manipulate, and you can profit more off of these cycles. So not like short hedge funds. Short hedge funds don't like it. but maybe like primes. Do not clip this. Well, somebody's got to be counterparty to all these short volatility positions, right? And they kind of have a different agenda. Ko-Fi, although it's kind of late for that. Do I have any proof of this? Absolutely not. It's complete bullshit, but it's compelling. We can chant even after the Johnson is formed.
Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pitbull fiends, fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
XBI9 Boss X, thank you so much for becoming a Cornishon, dude.
Welcome to Cornishon. Cornishon. Cornishon.
I don't know if that 200 share order is a sell wall. It might be. By shorting us over $100 the past month, the price action expected in January be more ups be happening now? Yes, that's how it works. I've been explaining this all along. God damn it, Noah. Not you, Noah Good, Noah Davis. Too many fucking Noahs. One of you needs to change your name. Why is there a King Noah? What the hell is going on here? I'm well aware of Jay Fresh's bet made on Super Stonk last night. I think it's a definite proof or ban scenario. Will he be alive in 3 years? I don't know. No more subcults. I'll just ban the Noahs now. The Noahs Noah Dan behind the dumpster. And FD is a homophobic slur for 0 DTEs. Coffee House, do you really think that DRS is pushing the price up right now? I want to know. Oh, there was all kinds of things that we discussed. No big news, but we're going up, Jen Jen. It's this thesis. How about this thesis? The thing mathematically proven to affect the price action has traded $24.8 million of notional value today. No, you're right. It's DRS. My bad. Once you pop, you can't stop. Here's to your million shares and to my 100. Let's fucking go. Thanks, man. Wish I had 1,000,000 shares. Appreciate you too, Cage. Thanks, man. How is MOASS possible if the cycle is our best chance? No. Do you think Kramer calls this power hour? Powder hour? Ha! Smug chewing and stock ripping is what I subscribed for. Also, you never gave me my song when I signed up. Probably because I did it at midnight, high as a kite. Love everything you're doing, Girk. But you're going to get that song right now. You're going to get the full song. The longest Long Johnson song. Because we're up. Moonwind is finally assigned. Now we can MOASS. It's not an opinion, it's math, Coffee House. I'll try to Mac Daddy Zaddy. It's simple. Citadel goes long volatility, and then they give a bunch of money to Melvin to go short volatility. That's why they're profitable quarters interchange. Ideally, Micah. I might. Danimals. I might. No, he hasn't been assigned yet. Now I just want to buy one of these. That's right, Ryan Cohen's son. Penn is. Now we can MOASS. Sounds very Douglas MacArthur. Well played. Well played. Thank you. Dimensional Fund sold 3 million, but like we don't know when. If GameStop were going to make a Microsoft whoever else partnership announcement, when would the best time be likely from a business perspective? Yearly shareholders meeting, maybe? Or earnings? If I stop being useful to the quant team, will you banish me to Guantanamo Bay? That's beautiful. Yes. No, I'm just kidding. Once you're in, you're in. I already named the Discord channel Quantico or Quanticord. Is Moonwind a sign like shares? Don't do that, it's mean. He's been here making bearish bets against us for months. Don't dance. Can I make fun of Moonwind if he's bugging me on Discord about what is about to happen to his holes? Oh, yes. What part of The Big Short are we in? We're at the part where they downgrade the bonds. Can you explain what effect 1300% SI on XRT could have on GME? Big ups, mostly. Moonwind's gonna be fine. Guys, don't forget, if there's parts of the stream that you enjoy, and I don't clip, and you feel something important has been said, feel free to drop a timestamp in the clips channel over on the Discord. May I bribe you with $5 to refer to him as Moon Windies until market close? If no, please refund. Thanks, JK. Moon Windies. I just think it's ironic that his name is Moonwind. Jeez. And he bets against himself. The gravity to his own rocket. Clip it. Thanks, Goya. I like seeing you in a good mood, too. Can we get another 10% day? We're very close. Gravity to his own rocket. Poetic. What part of the movie Margin Call are we at? The financial movie with Jarvis, Spock, and the old male sex offender. Oh, the part before we watched it where we were still happy. I think. Bullish as fuck. Surface Smurf. What happens to the person who asked, does this put cost same like shares? Did they ever speak again? Maybe not. I don't know. A little lost to the time. So Moonwindy's bet against his own tendies and takes it in the rear endies. It's a stretch. I think he clawed back some of his covered calls already. I'm sure he'll be fine. Remember that question where someone asked you if you take 180 now or up 10% every day, not realizing how compounding works? Maybe they were onto something. Maybe they were. That's rough. What's that blue line? An arbitrary line I drew. Days ago. It's to slow the stock down. I'll delete it. I'm sorry. There. It's so hard being right all the time. You guys know what I mean? That's not what I said this morning. Can't believe I paper handed that earlier. I find myself now staring at the ceiling. Oh well, there's always that next market crash I can FOMO into. Time to bang the drums. Thanks, Dr. Michael Burry. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Michael Burry of Silent Asset Management. Where in the Lord of the Rings saga are we now? Summoning the Rohirrim. Tell your 3K viewers to like the channel. Listen, Smooth, either they like it or they don't. Mustering the Rohirrim? I mean, I bought it back though, right? I don't like it, but I'm a member. How is that possible? This truly is a cult. I don't know what you're talking about. Baj, what part of the control mirror are we on? The part where the part where your opponent starts drawing mana and they have way more cards in hand than you. Hey Dad, I made some profits from an options play. Are you proud of me yet? Thanks for what you do. Forget people who talk nonsense. Here's some lunch money for today. Praise be VWAP. Happy birth, Zach. Wait, whose birthday is it? Thank you so much, A. I appreciate that, man. Where in the movie Groundhog Day are we? The part where it's happening again. Are we in the Cool Running saga right now? I don't know. I'm tapped out. I already pushed it with the Groundhog Day one. I've got nothing left. The part after their bobsled breaks and they like get a new one? Or like when they get a sponsor. When they get sponsored. And they get like sleek new uniforms and all the equipment. Where in the world is Carmen San Diego? Southern California. Where was Condor when the Westfold fell? Their heads up their asses. That's enough of this. Enough of these. What part of the demand zone are we in? Yeah, kind of a dead one. Time to ditch Febs or more ups? No idea, man. Where are we in the office? I don't know. Are these Brazilian puts? I don't think so. Yeah, it's a taxable event. I think. I don't know. Get an accountant. He'll tell you. What part of The Departed are we at? The part where Mark Wahlberg is breaking in to that dickhead's house. Like his apartment. Or literally any of the scenes with Alec Baldwin. So short hedge fund are mono red and we're mono green. Nice, Mocha Chibi. What part of training day are we? The part where they find out that like Denzel Washington's just an abusive piece of shit. Was it Denzel Washington? Right? Where are we in the film Brokeback Margin? The part where we softly kiss Kenny from behind on the neck. Do we know when Dimensional Funds sold? They sold 3.5 million Feb March. Their 13S of the year show this. The 13Ds will fire yearly. Last Feb's 13D had them owning 3 million. I don't know. Probably buy in and out, right? Just trading it. Sold a CC yesterday at a downtrend. Close it first thing this morning on the dip for $1 profit. Does that make me a pro options trader? Yes. Congratulations. Brett. Nothing. Didn't say anything. Wait, is there more? Nope. Thank you, Brett. No, they sold. Okay. No problem, Chris. Congrats. Does this price action look attractive to a counterparty? It looks attractive to someone. Just want to support the channel. Have a great day. Thank you, Riku Suave. How noble of you. I appreciate that. My first Ko-Fi not getting trolled hard. Over under 125 close. Choppy. I don't know. Wow. Which one's the red M&M? Oh, I don't like him. I don't want to fuck any of those. Danorama, thank you, Gherk. One day when I'm not poor, I'll become a Long Johnson again. I hope you feel alive, Danorama. That's all I care about. I can feel all the happiness in chat. It's called exuberance for a reason. We crossed the exuberance line. Now take all those good feelings and smash them into a little ball and ignore them and focus on your profits and your options like a professional. We close above 125. I'll re-dillionaire and eat rice for the rest of the month like a degen. Don't do that, man. Keep your money, bro. Thank you. Be the man. Keep on keeping on. Thanks, Num Num Sticks. If you lose money on options, can you write them off your taxes? Yeah. To some extent. No, you guys can't see the entropy curve anymore. It's private. Have the trades become so bullish that fucking Bazinga has to finally admit it? 54 contracts. Transfer of 54 contracts. Total receivers $36,700. The price of $680 per contract. Damn. Ooh. Do we have a new one? Huh. Let's thank that stupid fucking cat JFresh. His DD caused the run. Riku. I don't know about that, but I'm sure he appreciates the sentiment. Cheers, Piccolo. Every day you answer all these stupid and sometimes shilly questions, but you do it. Big high fives to you, man. Thanks, Bradistonk. And thank you, AJ Craig. Yeah, they're trying to hold two. They don't want they probably don't want the 125s too deep in the money. 120. Jesus, this whole zone is so dangerous to them. There's a strike at every fucking dollar. I mean, it helps them suppressing the price, but right now it's not working in their favor. 1600 open interest at 130 currently. So SPY coming back. Are you excited when, as far as cycles are concerned, we keep seeing lower highs? At this rate, we'll be at 23 bucks a share in 2 years. Well, we don't know that we're going to see a lower high yet, do we? Wasn't somebody doing something at 125? What happened? Oh, never mind. It was snap ripping? My snap calls aren't dead yet. Haha! I remember one of the first things anybody ever told me about options. They said if you buy them, they will print, which was a really bad Wayne's World joke. But maybe he was right. I don't know. Are options print same like shares? Sometimes, yeah. Is it a Field of Dreams reference? Whatever. Maybe he was making fun of Wayne's World, making fun of Field of Dreams. I don't know which movie he saw first. What do you think if we had Jan volume right now? Would the spike be crazy high? Maybe. Are we going to zoom way in for close? Yes, we are. Ugh. Aren't we way above delta neutral? Yeah. I will not. Well, we closed way above delta neutral yesterday, too. Kind of only means something if we were below delta neutral. Theory, Dad. Every day. CPI data leaked 7.3. Not that bad. Is that up or just 0.1? Wonder what bumped it. I didn't internalize your question. Ding ding. The day is done. The tendies have been won, and I bid you adieu. Until the morrow, my friends.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico! Sit, Crean, sit. Good dog. Not an advisor. Frigulon.